All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast, or PXP for short, or welcome back to the stream. Notice my camera's a little crooked here. That's going to really bother me if I don't fix that. Uh-oh. I don't think I can fix it. It seems like that's just the way it wants to be. Well, whatever. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for joining me today, and thank you for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. Yes, we are bringing back Press X Podcast. Some of you during the last episode, we did talk about that. So some of you or a lot of you were already aware of this, but yeah, this is something that some of you have been asking me to do, so I figure, you know what, we'll just label the streams Press X Podcast, or PXP for short. Why not? But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. I want to, first and foremost, give a shout out to Matt Fu, who comes in just as the stream started, just as the intro started, and dropped 5 membership gifts for you guys. So let me actually add that to the counter. And Matt, thank you so much for that, dude. Really appreciate the continued support. I'm trying out a weekly member goal here, just as a little experiment. We're slowly making our way. So yeah, let me go over the topics that, the topics that we're going to cover today. We have quite a few different topics to discuss. The first topic we're going to go over has to do with an insider claiming that Sony has multiple big first-party games that will be releasing in 2025, and he is making sure to emphasize from PlayStation Studios, not from partner studios. So that's pretty interesting. Obviously, the timing of this is interesting because we just got a state of play from Sony. No showcase, no word on a showcase yet, but already we're starting to hear some rumblings about what could potentially be PlayStation's 2025 lineup. I think right now we all know what the remainder of 2024 looks like for PlayStation because, well, Sony just showed us what that looks like. And we know what the remainder of 2024 looks like for pretty much all the platforms and third-party publishers. But the thing that we still have just no idea about is what PlayStation's lineup for 2025 looks like. And so I figured we could go over this information. But we're also talking about a new rumor that has popped up. And this rumor claims that Sony will actually be holding a PlayStation showcase in September. But more specifically, apparently Destiny 3 is set to be revealed at this showcase alongside, I believe, Marathon gameplay. So we'll talk about that. Obviously, it's a rumor, and these rumors are going to continue to pop up until September rolls around. So before we even talk about it, take it with a pinch of salt. We're going to be going over something that I think is quite unexpected, and I have not seen pretty much anybody talking about this, or at least very, very few people talking about this. And it is an interview that was just recently conducted last week with Mark Cerny. And Mark Cerny is somebody we rarely hear from. And I feel like it's unfortunate the timing of this interview. I think it went totally under the radar because of all the events happening. But obviously, we're big fans of Mark Cerny here. You know, so we're going to cover this interview. I'm actually going to go over the interview. It's not a super long interview, but we're going to go over it with gamesindustry.biz and react and talk about what Mark Cerny has to say, because the most important thing that Mark Cerny discusses in this interview is his approach to developing a console, obviously the PS5, but he even maybe alludes to the PS5 Pro, maybe even the PlayStation 6, but he talks about the future of the console as well. And so I think, you know, considering all the conversations happening these days around the console business and the future of it, I thought that this would be a really great interview to go over. And of course, it's Mark Cerny. You know, we're gonna cover a Mark Cerny interview. Something else we're going to be talking about is Metal Gear Solid Delta. I want to have a dedicated segment of this stream where we just talk about some of the new details because there are details about Metal Gear Solid Delta that I actually haven't covered yet, and I want to talk to you guys about it. I know a lot of you are very excited for this game. It's probably my most anticipated game right now. And I also want to look at some comparison shots from the original Metal Gear Solid 3 on PlayStation 2 and what we are seeing in the remake. This is something that some of you guys have been asking me to do, so we will do that at some point over the course of the stream. We have a couple of bonus topics that we're going to be discussing as well. We're going to be talking a little bit about Call of Duty because there's some new information regarding how much storage space this game's going to take up on the PS5 SSD. There's a little bit of confusion with this. We have maybe a bonus topic where let me see here, where a former executive talks about how, in their opinion, Xbox needs to embrace PlayStation and Nintendo for overall sustainability. So those are just a couple of the bonus topics that, if we have time, we'll go over. But yeah, before we dive into any of these topics today, and Antonio, yeah, really quick, thank you for reminding me. I actually forgot about this. Do you know what time that stream goes live? Because I don't know that I'm going to be able to react to it live, but when we get to the segment of this podcast where I cover Metal Gear, if it's not, if it already came out, maybe we could watch it together. Because I did forget about that. There's going to be a Metal Gear Solid stream happening in less than an hour. Okay, so we'll probably watch it later on after it ends when we get to that topic. But if you need to leave the stream to go watch that, I totally understand. I'm looking forward to seeing more gameplay that they're going to show off. But before we dive into any of these topics, guys, I want to just let you know a couple of ways you can help support the content, help support the channel. This channel is completely fan-funded. We don't do sponsorships. You guys, those of you who support directly, are the sponsors of the channel. So here are the ways in which you can help out. Well, obviously, just being here watching the content, whether you're watching live or watching later on, thank you so much for that. You can hit the like button. We're currently sitting at 77 likes, which is great to see. So hitting that like button lets me know you guys enjoy the content, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm so we can continue to grow this community. So hit that like button for me. Some ways you can support more directly: consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive perks. We will still be doing members lounges. We're just not going to be doing them every stream, but they will still happen. But there's also going to be hopefully some other types of member content as well throughout the month. I did just release a new members only video kind of talking about the PlayStation 1 that if you are a member, you can go check that out. But I also want to put this out here. We're trying something a little bit different this week. We'll see how it goes. I have a weekly member goal that I'm striving to hit. And if we do hit that member goal of 300, I'm essentially going to reward the member community with a dedicated stream either on Friday or Saturday night where we're going to play Elden Ring. And I'm going to try to... I did boot up Elden Ring the other day. And I was looking at all the stuff I missed, and I actually missed probably at least when it comes to trophies, 8 to 10 specific trophies linked to optional boss battles, which I didn't realize I missed that many. So, if we end up doing that stream, maybe we could go hunting for some of those bosses. But yeah, another way you can help support the channel is by gifting memberships. It's a big thing we do here. The community very much appreciates it. A lot of people have gained access to these perks through membership gifts. So consider doing that like Matt Fu has today. And the third way is you can donate a super chat. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It helps just as much. And a fourth optional way is there is a link at the top of the chat where it says you can donate directly. It's a Streamlabs donation. 100% of what you donate goes directly to the content creator. So that's just another option. So there you go. Those are the ways in which you can help support the podcast, the channel, and the stream directly. All right. So with that out of the way, we are going to dive into the first topic here, which is an insider claiming that Sony has multiple big first-party games set for 2025. This is coming from WCCF Tech. They say here 2024 is not going to see any major PlayStation releases from big first-party studios, but the situation will be much different next year, according to rumors circulating online. Speaking on the Reset Era forums, well-known insider Shinobi602 commented on the games launching next year, saying that they are not games like Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade, but major titles developed by first-party teams. Unfortunately, the insider did not say how many of these major games will be released next year alongside Death Stranding 2, but this is still good news considering how dry this year will end up being for major first-party releases. While 2024 will indeed be a dry year, it's not like no exclusive game is coming out for PlayStation 5 in the next few months. During the latest State of Play presentation aired last month, the next entry in the Astrobot series, simply named Astrobot, has been announced for a September 6th release. The upcoming game will expand on the concept and mechanics introduced in the underappreciated Astro's Playroom, featuring plenty of PlayStation cameos to boot, including references to Parappa the Rapper, and of course they're teasing Bloodborne. But on top of Astrobot for the remainder of 2024, we have Until Dawn Remake, Lego Horizon Adventures, as well as Concord. So, yeah, this is something that I honestly wish Shinobi would, well, on one hand, I wish he would be a little bit more clear about which games he's talking about. But at the same time, maybe it's best he doesn't do that, because if this is true, which, I mean, it would make sense that Sony has more games lined up, first-party games, like big hitting first-party games lined up for 2025. I guess the assumption is, well, they're going to have to be revealed sometime this year, of course. But the assumption is also, if they're coming from first-party, I mean, there are a lot of first-party studios underneath Sony that haven't said anything in a long time. So I don't know that I would necessarily want him to spoil that and be like, yeah, one of those games is Ghost of Tsushima 2 or something like that. But yeah, this actually leads to a bit of a follow-up here with this discussion. So Shinobi602, I would consider him pretty reliable. He doesn't really... Like, I also want to put this out here. I don't look at this so much as like a leak, right? As much as it's just, he seems to be saying it with some authority. Like, I've been talking to people, or I have sources that are letting me know that Sony has more, like multiple big hitter first party games lined up for 2025. It is worth noting that Sony did basically confirm this themselves, just not as explicitly. Sony confirmed to their shareholders a couple of weeks back that when it comes to fiscal year 2025, and even going beyond that, that they're expecting to make a ton of money off of their first-party releases. And, that's obviously, I would say, important to pay attention to, because they're not telling you what their first-party releases are going to be. But what they are telling you is that, yes, we do have first-party releases lined up, and these are games that are expected to make us a ton of money. So, yeah, we have that, and then we have Shinobi basically confirming that there's going to be multiple big hitters out of Sony's first party for 2025. The second follow-up here is a rumor that just popped up. Now, I want to just emphasize, take this with a grain of salt, but this rumor comes from user Esther Craho from Reddit. And for those wondering why anybody is paying attention to what this person has to say, it's because they leaked Destiny 2 content frontiers correctly. Apparently, that is what people are looking at, where this person leaked something related to Destiny 2, and they were correct about it. So therefore, people are paying a little bit of attention to what they're claiming. And there is a post here that says the future of Destiny. It was written up by this individual. And they say, take this with a pinch of salt, but I've just got news from an insider within Sony Interactive Entertainment that Bungie is showing firstly a gameplay trailer for Marathon and secondly a teaser trailer for what seems to be Destiny 3, but it will just be labeled as Destiny, or at least internally it's just labeled as Destiny. This will all supposedly be shown at a PlayStation showcase. This will all supposedly be shown at the PlayStation Showcase, which is scheduled for September this year. On top of this, once the 12-man activity is released, Bungie will announce their plans to release an Age of Triumphs style DLC under codename Frontiers. So, yeah, this is I guess the reason why people are paying such close attention to this is because this person was correct with, the Frontiers leak here. So it seems to indicate that wherever he got this information from, whatever his source, he says it was a source from Sony Interactive Entertainment. One of a couple of things here that they just said turned out to be true. So I'm not saying that we should look at this as, well, there we have it, proof that Sony is going to have a showcase in September, Destiny 3 is going to show up, Marathon's going to show up. No, wait for the official announcement, or wait for maybe somebody like Jeff Grubb to corroborate something like that. But as Capono points out here, this individual does have a pretty good track record, so maybe a little bit of hopium, if you will. A little bit of hopium. If you're somebody who is hoping that Sony is going to do something later this year, this should fill up the tank a little bit, Breathe in a little bit more of that hopium. And as we get closer, we're going to know for sure. But I do find both of these things combined, though, pretty interesting, because my feelings on this are pretty simple. My feelings are, listen, Sony themselves claim that they're going to make a lot of money off of their first-party games in the year 2025. They're claiming this when they have yet to announce any first-party games that are releasing in 2025. Now, if I had to guess, Sony is counting Death Stranding 2 as a first-party release when talking to their shareholders. So we know that Death Stranding 2 is going to be a major release for PlayStation in 2025, assuming it doesn't get delayed. That's true. GTA is coming, but GTA is not first party, mind you. First party refers to PlayStation's internal studios, although it could also refer to, I guess, really close partnership studios like with Kojima Productions, where they're publishing and funding the game. But now we have Shinobi. He's saying that, look, on top of Death Stranding 2, Sony has major first-party titles set to release in 2025, and he even went as far to say that these are not partnership titles like what we see with games like Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin. These are games that I guess you could say people have been waiting to hear about, people have been looking forward to. But he stopped short of letting us know. Like, I guess what I will say here is I hope Shinobi isn't necessarily saying that Fair Games is going to launch in 2025, because it's like, that's not I would not count Fair Games as a big first-party game. I would count it as a first-party game because that's what it is, but I wouldn't talk about that game as, oh yeah, that's going to be a big first-party release. Marathon, yes. I look at Marathon as a potential big first-party release, so we could be referring to that. So we're looking at Death Stranding 2, Marathon, but what else could he be referring to? Well, this is where things get pretty interesting, and this is why so many people are thinking, Sony is probably going to have a showcase this year at some point. Venom. Yeah, I don't know if that's a game I'm fully confident in, but I would count that as a pretty big first-party release, especially if they announce it like later this year and they're like, oh yeah, it's coming out next year. That would be pretty big. The leaks for, or the I don't like to call it a leak, but I guess that's what it is. The Insomniac leak that happened, it claimed there were two slides. One slide, which was older, said that Venom was targeting a 2025 release, but a more recent slide that leaked claimed it was targeting a 2027 release. So we want to be a little bit careful with Venom because based off of that leak, it seems like maybe they want it to target 2025, but maybe something happened where it's going to take them longer and they have to. I mean, that's a huge gap of time there, though, which kind of confuses me. So we'll just keep that one up in the air as a possibility. Like maybe Venom will be one of these games. Outside of Venom, though, Santa Monica's new IP, no, I don't. I mean, that would be quite shocking. Ghost of Tsushima 2, maybe. Maybe. It's a possibility. I'm thinking Ghost of Tsushima 2 is a game that's maybe more likely for like 2026 rather than 2025. But it's possible. It's absolutely possible that Sony could be holding on to this reveal, and they've been holding on to it because they want to release it at, they only want to give it about a year before they release it. It's certainly possible. Blue Point Games. The reason why I'm not confident in Santa Monica is because they are working on a new IP. And I just get the feeling that since it's a new IP from scratch and it's a big one, it's going to take more time. I could be wrong. Maybe they're making great progress. Maybe they're like, wow, this thing's coming together really quickly. It's possible. But if I had to guess, I'm going to lean more towards, I'm thinking it's probably going to come a little bit later. Irvin, you're saying MBG Shinobi's post was a follow-up to another one of his posts. He's likely hearing more stuff. Boss, chill out, bro. Chill out. We got a long way to go, bud. Yeah, I'll be interested to find out if we hear any more from Shinobi, if he's going to give out any more information. Let's face it, the big question that is on, I mean, I don't want to say everybody's mind, but a lot of people's minds is Sony going to do anything more? Like, does Sony have more to show this year? Does Sony have more plans this year? Or is this it? Are they just going to remain quiet and be very low key? I would imagine that this is something that people who are known insiders and leakers, this is a good opportunity for them to do some digging, to try to find out. Like, this is a question that people really want an answer to. And, put your feelers out there, see if you can pick up anything, because we already have two individuals here claiming that, number one, Sony has 2025 games that haven't been announced. Number two, there's a September showcase where Marathon and Destiny 3 are going to show up. This is what we're hearing already. Do you see this cat? Do you see him on my arm? He likes to use my arm as a perch to rest his head on. Boss, tell us, boss, will there be a PlayStation showcase in September? Okay. He says yes, he thinks there will be. He has spoken. Boss has spoken. He said sure. But yeah, I do think that this is a very important thing that we're going to have to keep an eye out for in the coming months, where if Sony does have big plans for first party in 2025, they're definitely going to have to start talking about it, right? Like they're definitely going to have to put on some kind of show, make more announcements, and set up a more, a more robust roadmap, at least for 2025. I mean, they don't necessarily have to go beyond 2025, but they let us know here's what's coming for the rest of 2024, so we know that. There is the PS5 Pro as well. Yeah, we can't forget about that. Sony does have the PS5 Pro, and every report and every rumor that we've heard about the PS5 Pro has claimed that it's targeting a 2024 release. Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming, who was the first person to ever leak the PS5 Pro, if I'm not mistaken, claimed that Sony's targeting a November 2024 release. So, you know, it would make a lot of sense that if Sony is going to reveal this console around September or, you know, sometime in that area, it would make sense to do so with a pretty significant event where not only are you showing some games running on the PS5 Pro that are going to release with it, but also showing games that are going to be coming out in 2025 that will also be PS5 Pro enhanced. It just makes the most amount of sense, in my opinion, anyway. We have Digital Dude 25 with a $2 super chat saying, I swear if they show more live service games. Well, Digital Dude, the reality is we will see live service games, yes. However, it depends on what you mean by this. If we're going to see Marathon at the next Sony show, like big show that they do. We're going to see Marathon, and there's going to be gameplay. We're probably at some point soon going to see Fair Games. So these are games that, yes, we're going to see show up. And we also have to remember that the Horizon multiplayer game, the live service Horizon multiplayer game, has not been announced yet. So I would say brace yourself. You will see Sony talking about live service games. However, we should not see a show like 2023 ever again. I say this because what made that show so disastrous, in my opinion and in the opinion of many others, is Sony actually seemingly put more of an emphasis on live service, where here's 3 live service CGI trailers. Oh, and here's some Spider-Man gameplay. So I would like to think Sony learned from that, where it's like, listen, no one, in my opinion, nobody really cares if Sony wants to show some live service games during a showcase. The only time people really care and will get upset is if they do that, but then the new single player games are missing. And that is why people were so mad with 2023 showcase, because the single player games, except for Spider-Man 2, they were all MIA. So if Sony does a big show in September, I suspect we're going to see Marathon. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Fair Games, and that's fine. But we do need to see more Death Stranding 2. We do need to see maybe something like Ghost of Tsushima 2. And we do need to see, if not like Wolverine, Venom. If not Venom, maybe Naughty Dog shows up. You know, we need to see that stuff as well. Maybe Blue Point's new game. We can't just have a show that's just mostly focused on live service, because, yeah, that would be also very disastrous. That wouldn't be a smart thing to do. I'm not sure that would do a good job at selling the PS5 Pro. It just seems like it would be a mistake. So I don't want to set you up for disappointment, Digital Dude, by telling you, oh yeah, don't worry, there's not going to be any live service. No, there will be, but it should be balanced, right? Compared to what we've seen previously. It should be balanced. Let me see here. Continuing to talk about Sony having multiple big first-party games to launch in 2025, obviously, we have a ways to go. So we have, you know, about 6 months before we enter 2025. And it maybe is disappointing to some people to know that, man, we're not really getting anything huge from Sony for the rest of the year. And I get that. But for now, I'm accepting of that, obviously. Like, I am excited for Astrobot, very much so. And I'm interested in Until Dawn, and I'm looking forward to playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. However, the only thing that will really make this okay in my opinion. And what will make sense is if Sony is planning to show their 2025 lineup later this year. Because something that I wouldn't be okay with, and something that would be very distressing to me as a PlayStation fan, is if Sony was like, okay, we don't have any huge first-party releases for 2024, and we're also not doing any big show to show you future big releases. So please buy a PS5 or a PS5 Pro. That wouldn't make any sense to me, and that would be distressing because I would genuinely have to question, what are you guys thinking over there? This doesn't make any sense. So for now, I'm going to remain patient, and I'm going to look forward to the lineup that Sony has for me now. I'm actually, pretty excited to play games like Silent Hill 2 Remake and especially Astrobot. And it's interesting because I was watching a Until Dawn remake comparison, and people seem to be a little bit more torn on this. Some people were saying that they actually liked the art style better from the original 2015 Until Dawn compared to the new one, but I think it looks pretty good, and I never did play it before, so I'm okay with this. Plus all the third-party games we have coming, I'm okay with the remainder of 2024. Sony's delivered a lot of games this year so far, even if they are from partner studios, but we'll see what happens when September rolls around. I'm positive we're going to get more rumors and more insider reports and more just overall, we're just going to have more topics of discussion surrounding this as we move forward. I suspect that this is not going to necessarily stop anytime soon. You're saying Astro will keep MBG busy for a while. Yeah, it definitely will. I am very happy that it's releasing so soon. Honestly, I am, because I was actually convinced when we watched that State of Play that if a new Astrobot game showed up, I was convinced it was going to be a 2025 game. So to go from the expectation of, oh, this is going to be a game I play next year to, oh, this is going to be a game I play in the next 3 months was pretty awesome. Not going to lie. That was definitely the highlight of the State of Play for me. And we have Agent Shadow Wolf with a $5 super chat saying, we need IPs like Resistance, Infamous, and Killzone to come back. Even if it's a remastered trilogy collection for them, we need Twisted Metal back too. Yeah, this is something that I've been seeing a lot these days from PlayStation fans, where they have this kind of yearning for Sony to bring back some of their classic IP, such as what you're listing here. And I have a theory that, I could be completely wrong. It's just a theory. But based off of how I've watched Sony operate the past 5 or 6 years, and especially now that there's new leadership in there, I don't know if something is changing. It could, but from what I've witnessed, my theory is that the reason why Sony isn't revisiting IP like Resistance and Killzone and Twisted Metal or things like SOCOM, I think it's because when they look back at their history, especially, look at something like Killzone. Killzone had 4 or 5 games, something like that, over the course of 2 generations. I think the way Sony looks at it is that's a long time. That's a lot of games, and that's a long time. And Killzone never really got to that next level. It never really became a heavy hitter franchise. It always kind of felt like it was maybe this close to doing so, but it never really got there. And I think the same can be said for something like Resistance or SOCOM or maybe even Twisted Metal. And I think this is how Sony views things, where it's we gave those games more than enough chances to become major heavy hitter franchises. And they seem to have stagnated. People talk about Resistance. Go look at how many copies Resistance 3 sold. It was bad. It was not good. You're saying Killzone Shadowfall sold 3 million copies, and that may not sound too bad. I would actually say that's pretty good, but when you compare that to what Sony is looking to achieve, where Sony has multiple heavy hitter franchises that are selling 10 million plus, like a game like Helldivers 2 did more in 3 months than Resistance, Killzone, SOCOM, Infamous, Twisted Metal. And I'm not saying that I'm okay with this, that that's how Sony should operate, that they shouldn't bring these games back. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to explain my theory as to why Sony is not greenlighting some of these games. Apparently, there was a Twisted Metal live service game that was in development, but for whatever reason, it just seems like maybe it was like really early in development and it just seemed like they couldn't get it off the ground. And they were like, you know what? We're just going to scrap it. It's not worth it. And maybe that was the better choice. As crappy as that sounds, maybe it would have been worse to get a Twisted Metal reboot that's a live service dumpster fire. That's just like, what did you guys do? You know what I mean? So there are just other factors here that I think we need to think about and keep in mind when we talk about, I want to see Sony bring this back and I want to see Sony bring that back. And I do think that in the future, some of these things will return in some way, shape, or form. Because you're saying here, even a remastered trilogy. Yeah, I do. You gotta stop that. I do think that at some point in the future, we could see stuff like that. We could see some kind of Resistance remaster or remake, or some kind of Killzone trilogy remaster, or something. You know, I think it's certainly possible. But when it comes to new AAA dedicated games being worked on in these franchises, I just think Sony has moved on. I think Sony is interested in new IP. And again, when you look at something like Concord, I won't lie, it is kind of painful to look at something like Concord and think, this got investment, the time and the money went into this, but not SOCOM, not Killzone. And you know, if you're Sony, you probably look at it as like, well, yeah, we tried Killzone. We tried the traditional first-person shooter. We tried the tactical third-person shooter with SOCOM, but we never tried a hero shooter. So let's try a hero shooter and see what happens. So I understand from Sony's viewpoint why they're trying something like Concord. But, you know, I hope Sony, when they do greenlight new IP, they take some cues from their previous games, right? Like if you're going to make a new first-person shooter, which apparently they are working on something like that with a new studio that hasn't been announced yet, it's like, I'm not saying copy Killzone or anything like that. I'm just saying like, just keep in mind that there is no replacement right now. Like there's nothing filling in that gap. Like we are going to get a first-person shooter, hero shooter, and that's a gap that's being filled, but that's a pretty specific gap. What about just a more traditional first-person shooter with a campaign and characters and a multiplayer and a leveling system? You know, something more similar to honestly like Call of Duty or Battlefield. Are you making something like that? Because that's what Killzone was supposed to do. You know, Killzone did have a campaign. It did have characters. It did have that traditional multiplayer where you level up and unlock new weapons and stuff. So I think that for me, I'm totally okay if they want to make new IP and they want to move on. But I do think that they have to keep in mind, or they should keep in mind, that some of these games, the reason why they did exist in the first place was to fill certain gaps. And they still haven't been filled in. So that's my view on it. Spider-Man 2 DLC, when? Yeah, apparently it's taking a little bit longer. It's taking a little bit longer this time. Irfan, you're saying there's some Rise of the Ronin news? Let me go check. Rise of the Ronin news. What could it be? Currently, Rise of the Ronin has the best numbers of any Koei Tecmo title. That's what Team Ninja had to say on Rise of the Ronin sales. Wow. Okay. I'm actually really happy to hear that. That's great news. I mean, I don't think that means Rise of the Ronin is like a mega hit, but the fact that it's doing better than anything they've done previously, I think that's promising because Rise of the Ronin was awesome. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Wasn't the best game I've ever played, but it did a lot of things right. The gameplay was very fun, and it was a rough around the edges in terms of the visuals and the polish, obviously, but you know, I appreciate what they were doing with it a lot. So good for them, man. Is Rise of the Ronin worth it? I mean, I think so. If you like traditional open worlds where there's like kind of checkbox, checklists, I should say, I think you'll enjoy that aspect of Rise of the Ronin. But if you enjoy combat, it's not like too challenging, but you definitely have to learn to master it. And variety, a combat style with a lot of variety. I think you would like it. I really enjoyed I think I have over 80 hours, 85 hours or something in Rise of the Ronin. And one of the top games for me so far of 2024. Again, I can acknowledge its imperfections. It's not a perfect game. It's far from it, but it gets a lot of things right that I enjoyed. So I'm really happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that the game is doing well, and that apparently it's doing the best numbers that it's ever, that of all their games. So good for them, man. I think that they deserve that success. So when it comes to wrapping up this specific topic, I don't know that there's much more to be said that hasn't already been said. And I'll just kind of summarize it once again. Sony themselves says, we have big first-party games that are coming and in 2025, and we're going to make a lot of money on those games. Shinobi 602 says Sony has multiple big first-party games other than Death Stranding 2 that are set to release in 2025 that they haven't announced yet or that they haven't really shown yet. And then a third rumor from somebody who I guess is considered a accurate or reliable Destiny leaker is saying that a PlayStation Showcase is apparently scheduled for September, and two of the games that will show up are Marathon gameplay as well as a Destiny 3 tease. So that's where we currently stand, and that's on top of all of the rumors and all of the reports about the PS5 Pro. I hope it's true. I hope Sony is planning something for September, but until we get there, we're just going to have to remain patient and just keep it going and enjoy what's in front of us right now. But I do want to move on to the next topic, which is maybe even more interesting because we're going over an interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Mark Cerny. So before we do that, guys, do me a favor and hit that like button. We are currently sitting at 148 likes. Really appreciate that, guys. Let's see if we can collectively boost that up to 200 likes. If you've been enjoying the stream so far and you're enjoying the topic discussions, take a second of your time and hit that like button. So this is an interview that was conducted by gamesindustry.biz. And once again, I think that this interview went completely under the radar because I've seen very few people reporting on it, very few outlets reporting on it. Actually, I don't think I've seen any outlets reporting on it, and I haven't seen many people talking about it. But the article was written up, and I think the interview was conducted by Christopher Dring, and the title reads, Mark Cerny, when building consoles, we're not trying to build low-cost PCs. From arcades to architect, the development legend discusses his 42-year career, PS5 surprises, and the the job of building games consoles. So buckle up. Mark Cerny just added something to his growing list of achievements. I'm not talking about the global success of last year's Spider-Man 2, on which Mark Cerny worked as an executive producer, but something in many ways just as impressive. I just finished playing Animal Well, and before that, I was very heavily into Neon White, which is my first speed run, he says. I actually platinumed that. I should try to talk in the Mark Cerny voice. I actually platinumed that. That was a real challenge. I wasn't sure if I could do it because reflexes as I head towards 60 are very different from the reflexes I had when I was a teenager and playing in the arcades. But I'm glad I went after it. The precision and stamina that you need to get through a game like that is different in the way it feels compared with these character action games like Spider-Man that I've been working on. Should I read it that way? Should I read the whole thing that way? I'm doing my best here. Mark Cerny has such a unique voice, though, or a unique way of speaking. He's very soft-spoken. You love to hear it, though, man. You love to hear it, though. You love to hear the first thing that Mark Cerny's talking about are games he's playing, games he's platinuming, games he's enjoying. Mark Cerny's a gamer, man. He's a gamer. Yeah, he's a trophy hunter as well. I love it. I absolutely love it. Mark Cerny's one of us, man. We have Josh here with a $5 super chat saying, I'd love for PlayStation to drum up some hype, but I can't lie. I'm drowning in games and they're piling up. Still working through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Haven't started Stellar Blade. You're definitely not the only one, Josh. And that's something interesting that I've been seeing from people the past couple days is a lot of people are expressing that, yeah, like they would like to hear more from Sony, and they're a little bit disappointed that seemingly right now we're not getting a big showcase from them. But they're also expressing like, man, my backlog though, like the amount of games I still have to get through that I still have yet to play. It's true, man. It's true. There's still a lot to play. There's a lot coming out. I will say after all the shows that just occurred across the board, it looks like we're going to have a lot of games to play as we get further into the summer and into the holiday season and into fall. It seems like there's a lot that's going to be on offer, and that's always a good thing. You know, I always get worried, not worried, but right before the summer showcases or, you know, these early summer showcases, when you're looking at the PlayStation Store, if you go look at the pre-order section, it's always like pretty bare bones. And you're like, where are all the games? And then you're like, oh, wait, all the games, they're coming. You know what I mean? Like, we're about to get all these shows. And if I come back here like 2 weeks from now, there's going to be probably triple the amount of games to pre-order. Not that I pre-order games on the PlayStation Store because I get my games physically, but I just like to go on there sometimes as a reference to see. And yeah, there's going to be a lot to play. So if you're already struggling to keep up, it seems like it's only going to get harder, which I guess is a good problem to have. But Josh comes in with a second super chat, and he says, still Astrobot and great third-party games coming too, like Wukong. I'd be lying to you if I'd say I'm not eating good with my fridge fully stocked. I like the way you put it. I like the way you put it, with your fridge fully stocked. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man, is even though I'm eager to know what PlayStation is going to do next year and for the remainder of this generation, there is no denying that I do have plenty in front of me. You know, it's one of these things where, as you're putting it, the fridge is fully stocked, and I'm actually realizing that there are quite a few games coming out, as is usually the case, quite a few games coming out at around the same time. You know, another game that I think looks amazing that I haven't really talked about at all, but I just saw that it's coming out, I think, September 5th, is the Warhammer game. I don't know anything about Warhammer, but I saw this gameplay, and I'm like, yes, this is my entry into this series, and I'm super stoked for it. It sounds amazing. It's going to have a campaign. It's going to have multiplayer. It's going to have co-op. The gameplay looks incredible. But that's just a couple weeks after Wukong releases, and Black Myth Wukong looks incredible as well. And so, I'm already seeing a situation occur. Oh, and I said September 5th for Warhammer Space Marine. Dude, September 6th, the literal next day, Astrobot. So, it's one of these situations that's building up again where it's like, how am I going to play all of these games? It's just how it goes. But I'm right there with you, Josh. For as much as we want to know more and we want to have a more robust long-term roadmap, there is no denying that, at least for the near future, for the next 6 months or so, we have a lot. We have a lot that we're going to have, we're going to have to balance it out how we're going to play all this. So, Josh, I really appreciate the super chats, buddy. We're going to get back to the interview with Mark Cerny. It continues here by saying Mark Cerny is explaining to use that despite his current role as the architect behind PlayStation hardware, what he finds interesting about a game isn't necessarily what it's doing technically, but rather what's new about it. In fact, for all of the different roles that Mark Cerny has had in his 42-year games industry career, the one he's never stopped doing is that of a gamer. I continue to be a massive player, he tells us. I got into this 40-something years ago because I was an arcade addict. Back in the day, I was one of the best players in the country at Defender. What a flex. That's actually how I got my job at Atari. There was a reporter who was writing a book on arcade game strategies. We're talking about an era so distant that there weren't even games magazines. So if you wanted to learn arcade game strategy, you would go to the supermarket, and at the checkout, there would be a book that you could buy that would tell you how to play whatever game. And he interviewed me for Defender because I was a well-known local player. I bumped into him later. I told him I wanted to get into the business, and he very kindly called Atari Coin Op and got me an interview, and the rest is history. Man, you know what's crazy about reading that section of this interview? I didn't realize. Yeah, that's an interesting backstory, man. But I also didn't realize how long Mark Cerny has been in the industry. I didn't even realize he was that old. What does he say? He's 60 now? He doesn't look 60. He looks great for 60. That's actually that's impressive, man. Yeah, he's a true OG. That's so awesome. Josh with another super chat says, "What? Warhammer in September 2? See what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. That surprised me as well. That surprised me as well. I was like, man, that's sooner than I expected. If you guys don't know about this Warhammer game, go check it out. It looks really good." Excuse me. We get a drink here and we'll continue this. Mark Cerny's career has taken him from designing and programming games like Marble Madness and Major Havoc in the 1980s to producing and developing iconic platform games such as Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Crash Bandicoot, and Spyro the Dragon in the 1990s, to today, where he's led the creation of PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 hardware. There are not a whole lot of game leaders who have been able to stay on top for over 4 decades, and Mark Cerny believes that variety has been key to his longevity. The industry has certainly changed a lot in the last 40-something years, and one thing I've noticed is that the people who are very actively participating after that amount of time tend to have done a lot of things, he says. Game developer Amy Henning and I talk about this a lot. In her case, she's been a writer, an animator, an artist, a director, and I'm sure a few other things. For me, because I'm much more technical, it's been programmer, designer, producer, executive producer, which is a bit different. I've run a small publisher. I've been a game director. And then, of course, there's the hardware work today. He adds, one way I look at it is if you want to have an interesting career in games, don't do one thing. You really don't want to be the physics programmer, because then you end up being, after a couple of years, perhaps just the programmer who integrates the physics middleware package. This is nothing against physics programmers, some of whom are incredible, but if you have a very specific niche, my feeling is that after a few decades, you're probably not doing an interesting a set of things as you would if you had kept evolving your role. Of course, when Cerny was starting out, game developers just didn't really have roles. When I joined Atari in 1982, there was one job, and it was a hybrid of programmer, designer, and artist, he explains. You even have to make your own artwork. There were about 15 of us programmers / designers / artists, and so Atari Coin Op was making 15 games. That was how it was. We didn't see any real specialization until the 1990s. Cerny still does multiple things, but to the current generation of gamers, he's probably best known as the lead architect behind the PlayStation 4 and 5. We're roughly at the midway point of the PS5's life cycle, and we wanted to ask if there's anything developers have been doing with the hardware that has surprised him. I've been very surprised by the degree to which developers are using ray tracing, he begins, putting that was a big decision and actually a rather late one. I thought that this is not going to get much use initially, but if we look at generations, and a generation is 7 years or so, software is created for 10 years, and so later in the life cycle, we will start seeing people using that technology. But instead, we had launch titles that were taking advantage of it. I guess having worked on games for consoles that were a bit different to get into, like the PlayStation 3, I can be a little skittish about very deep technology like that. But in this case, my guess as to how things would go was totally wrong, and I'm so happy to have seen an early adoption of this technology. So I think, straight up, I think Mark Cerny is hinting a little bit. You know, when you think of the PS5, Mark Cerny, what's the thing that has surprised you the most? And he says, I was surprised at how quickly developers could take advantage of the ray tracing technology. Now, obviously, that's waned a little bit, but I think he seems to be hinting at one of the main draws that we're going to see with the PS5 Pro, which is, well, when we go based off the rumors and the leaks, apparently the PS5 Pro is going to be a ray tracing beast where we're going to get like 3 to 4 times more ray tracing. So, yeah, I'm going to assume that this is something he's leaning into because he knows, yeah, you guys are about to see a lot of ray tracing on the PS5 Pro. Very interesting. Mark Cerny was all about that SSD, but he's like, you know what? How about that ray tracing, though? And we have Josh Z here with a super chat. He says, MBG, I just crossed 300 hours in Rebirth. Hard mode is kicking my butt. Really highlights the combat and how much depth there is. I'm happy to hear you're enjoying it so much, Josh. 300 hours, that's no joke, man. I can't remember the last game that I spent 300 hours in, a single-player game. Anyway, that's impressive. I can only assume if you're saying you're playing on hard mode that you're maybe trying to go for the platinum. I heard that this game is extremely challenging when it comes to trying to obtain the platinum. Although, I don't know, maybe you're putting 300 plus hours into it and you're not trying to get the platinum. You're just trying to beat the game on hard mode. You're just enjoying your time with it. That's always an option as well. But either way, Josh, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that you're still enjoying the game so much. It seems like it truly did live up to your expectations. And you're saying you are trying to get the platinum. Okay. Yeah, let me know when you get it, man. That'll definitely be an impressive one to add to the collection. Certainly. Laurent, you're saying, honestly, in the beginning, I didn't really care about ray tracing, but nowadays, when I look at Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart or Spider-Man Miles Morales, I really love it. Yeah, that's why I'm interested to see what Sony Studios do with the added ray tracing capability in the Pro, because I do feel like we have seen some impressive things done with games like Ratchet & Clank so far. I mean, honestly, Insomniac flexing with the ray tracing. Really curious to see with the PS5 Pro, knowing it's going to be significantly more powerful and offer so much more ray tracing capability, how much further they try to push it. I want to know what Naughty Dog's going to do with the PS5 Pro. We have yet to see what Naughty Dog can really do with PS5 hardware, which is crazy to think. And we have Matt Fu here, longtime member for 20 months. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying, first batch of PS2 games based on a new emulator arrived on PSN today. Sly Cooper, Star Wars, and Tomb Raider with multiple exclamation points. Clearly, Matt is hyped. Yeah, we did talk about that, Matt. It's going to be really interesting to see how this unfolds with the new emulator. I'm curious to see how these games are running and how they're performing. I'm not too interested in going back and playing PS2 games, but I am going to be paying attention to this because the PS2 is obviously a very memorable console for me. A lot of legendary games played on that console, and I'm gonna see if there's gonna be a month at some point where Sony adds a batch of PS2 games that I'm like, okay, I think I want to go back and try these games. You know, I'm feeling the nostalgia. So thank you for letting us know, Matt, and we'll keep an eye on that. Going back to the Mark Cerny interview, he says the other thing that has been surprising is the push for 60 frames per second based on previous console life cycles. I would have expected there to be a lot more games that are 30 frames per second only, just because the artwork can be so much more detailed if you have longer time to render it. Instead, the almost universal rule this time around has been the games run at 60. It's been great from a play perspective. Gamers overwhelmingly prefer games that are higher in frame rate. I just didn't expect such a departure from previous generations. So, interesting insight from Mark Cerny here. It's interesting because from my perspective, it's like not surprising, right? But that's just from me, like from the gamer, where I'm like, well, we started this generation getting all these performance modes, and I guess for me, it was like, oh yeah, we're just going to continue to get those performance modes. But it is true that when you look back at previous generations, it is kind of unexpected, maybe, right? That as the generation progressed, or as the generation progresses, maybe a more realistic expectation is, oh yeah, you're going to start to see less of that. So I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily shocking, but again, I just wonder if he's alluding to something here. The tools, yeah. I'm paying very close attention to every word Mark Cerny's saying here because I'm curious if he's subtly hinting at certain things. It says here, Cerny says building a console takes about 4 years, and nowadays that's less time than it takes to make some of the big AAA titles. There's a lot of focus right now on the time it takes to build these games, and Cerny says that ultimately it's the developers that have chosen this path. With the consoles, one thing I've been trying to do is reduce the amount of time it takes developers to get going with their games. I call this time to triangle. All that means is that if I just want to get a triangle up on the screen, how long does it take to build the engine technology that will allow me to do that? That might not sound very difficult. The first PlayStation, you could do that in about a month, but the console got so complex by the PlayStation 3 that it was taking probably 6 months to a year. So I've been working to bring that down. PS5 and 4 were much quicker. It takes a month or two before you have those fundamental graphics technologies up and running on those systems. I probably shouldn't, but I spend a lot of time on the boards, and I see people asking, if the time to triangle has been greatly reduced, why is it then taking so many years to create a game? And the answer is that is what the teams are choosing to do. They're going after these massive creations that really do need 4 or 6 years to put together. This is possibly one of the most insightful things that we can glean from this interview that, again, I wish there was more reporting on this, because if there's anybody I think worth paying attention to when it comes to, we're going to ask the question, why are these games taking so long? Mark Cerny is flat out saying, because this is what developers are choosing. This is what developers are choosing. That is so important because it's the most simple, it's the most profoundly simple answer to the question. And I feel like it's a question that everybody's been kind of like butting heads over. But if there's anybody that I'm going to take their word for it, and I'm going to listen to Mark Cerny. If Mark Cerny tells me, listen, MBG, these games are taking so long because this is what they want to make, I'm going to be like, I believe you 100%. And I just think that that's so important because it really does make you think. There's all this conversation going on about why are these games taking so long? Why are they getting so expensive? And I feel like nobody, including myself, not many people have like taken a step back and maybe just said, is it because this is what the developers want to make? Is it that, like, I'm not saying it's the developer's fault. I'm not saying it's a fault, but it's just like, that is what it is. Like, they do want to make these types of games. So because of that, they're going to need that amount of time. Because he points out on an engineer level, on an engineering level, that he constructed the PS5 to be as easy as possible to develop for. And we've seen that confirmed with ports and everything else. But he's also saying that it's not that it doesn't matter. If anything, we should be maybe thanking Mark Cerny here, because could you imagine if he didn't focus on that? Some of these games would be taking 8 to 9 to 10 years, right? That'd be ridiculous. It'd be even worse. So I just thought that was a really interesting piece of information from Mark Cerny there that went a little bit under the radar. Everybody's always reporting on the controversial takes from executives and people within the industry, but Mark Cerny's just out here straight up like, oh yeah, they're taking so long because these are the games that they want to make. And I guess, like, yeah, that's not a very interesting answer, is it? But it's the truth. I mean, yeah, Rockstar's a little bit different. Mithrin Yo, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying MGS Deep Dive video is up on Xbox's channel. All right, thank you for letting me know. That's the next topic in line when we're finished with the Mark Cerny interview. So we'll definitely bring that up and watch it together. Appreciate you giving me the heads up. Says here, another shift in the development landscape is around multi-platform games. Developers are increasingly building their projects for as many platforms as possible. Even PlayStation has been bringing its games to PC, albeit a few years after the console version. The issue is that consoles often have bespoke technologies in them, and if developers use these technologies, it might hinder their ability to port the game elsewhere. Mark Cerny admits his team is aware of this challenge, but actually it's an opportunity for them to lead. One of the exciting aspects of console hardware design is that we have freedom with regards to what we put in the console, Cerny begins. Or to put that differently, we're not trying to build a low-cost PC, and we aren't bound by any particular standards. So if we have a brainstorm that audio can become much more immersive and dimensional, if there's a dedicated unit that's capable of complex math, then we can do that. Or if the future feels like high-end SSDs rather than HDDs, we can put an end-to-end system in that console. Everything from the flash dies to the software interfaces that the game creators use, and get 100% adoption. I like to think that occasionally we're even showing the way for the larger industry, and that our efforts end up benefiting those gaming on PC as well. It's a tech-heavy example, but on PlayStation 4, we had a very efficient GPU interfaces, and that may well have spurred DirectX to become more efficient in response, or to look at something more consumer-focused. I believe that releasing PS5 in 2020 with a very high-performance integrated SSD put pressure on the PC world to get their corresponding direct storage API into the hands of their gamers. There's recent development here, which is console exclusives that were created to run on bespoke PlayStation systems are now making their way to PC. That conversion has been simpler than many thought. The main consequence is that the minimum spec for the PC version of the game gets a bit higher, perhaps more CPUs or more RAM in order to replace these missing systems. Not only can gamers now play PlayStation games on PC, but they can also use PlayStation hardware, including the DualSense and PlayStation VR 2. Meanwhile, on the other end, we're increasingly seeing AAA developers getting a version of their games running on mobile. The lines between platforms seems to be blurring, but Cerny feels consoles continue to play a crucial role in the ecosystem. He points to an amusing video by Linus Tech Tips, which attempts to kill the PlayStation 5 by building a $500 gaming PC that outperformed the console. Dude, this is easily, like, I think the best part of this interview. Mark Cerny has an axe to grind with Linus Tech Tips. You could tell Mark Cerny came across this video and was like, no way. No way, bro. Boss, are you serious? Mark Cerny about to lay it down. I'm going to read the rest. It's just that boss won't let me. All right, so let's see what Mark Cerny has to say about this. This is what Mark Cerny had to say about the Linus Tech Tips video that attempted to kill the PlayStation 5 by building a $500 gaming PC that outperformed the PS5. They had to get a used motherboard, he says. That was the only way that they could build a PlayStation 5 equivalent for a PlayStation 5 price. And if you're using used parts, well, you can get a used PlayStation 5 from eBay for like $300 something. I think as long as we continue to create that very nice package, the future of console is pretty bright. Mic drop. I think that's so interesting, though, to hear Mark Cerny acknowledge that. And he's not wrong, right? He's not wrong. I didn't watch this video, but I could see where he's coming from. He does have a point where it's like, if you have to buy used parts, then you can look at something like a used PlayStation 5, which you can find them, on sale on places like eBay, and you can get them for even cheaper. The Zombie Fanatic, you're saying people are saying MC doesn't understand gamers' needs. I mean, look, man, nobody's perfect, but I don't know, man. Mark Cerny is somebody that's been in the industry for a very, very long time, and he's seen everything. He's the type of person that I'm going to take what he has to say about this industry much more seriously than what some random person on the internet has to say about this industry, or even business executives, because that to me is what makes Mark Cerny particularly interesting to listen to. Is he's not a business executive. He's not running the PlayStation business. He clearly, what I appreciate about Mark Cerny and what I think he's talking about here is he has a passion at least at this moment in time. He had it for the PS4, he has it for the PS5, and I think he's working on the PlayStation 6. He has this passion where he's not just trying to throw together something that, hopefully this is good enough to run games and, it's a decently priced package. No, he seems to be really trying to figure out ways, as he points out by mentioning the SSD that was in the PS5 at launch, where he's trying to have a more of an impact on the industry as a whole. And, obviously that's not an easy thing to do, especially in the console space in 2024. But that's what makes it so interesting. That's why I think Mark Cerny, he's the best man for the job here, Hold on. Are you guys seeing Boss right? Look at this cat. Yo! There ain't no way. Boss. The disrespect this cat just showed to PlayStation. How dare he? He knows how to get my attention. Boss hates PlayStation, confirmed. The fall of PlayStation. Dude, that's wild, though. He's never done that. Bro, that was cold. That was cold, man. I'm very disappointed in you, boss. But yeah, that's what I find so interesting about Mark Cerny, him being in this position at this moment in time where, like, it makes me feel good to know that at least with the PlayStation 6, we'll see with the PS5 Pro. I mean, I feel like the PS5 Pro is pretty limited in what he can do. But at least with the PlayStation 6, that whatever Mark tries to do, whether it'll work out the way he hopes it will, or whether it will, have some kind of lasting impact or a broader impact, I'm at least thankful to know that we have somebody who clearly cares enough about the console space to not half-ass it and to really try to put something into it to make it feel more meaningful and feel more, just something that's not just something that's being thrown out there. Like, there you go. We have to do this. So there you go. Kyle, you're saying, did my super chat go through? It did not. It did not go through on my end. Boss watched the Xbox showcase. He's changing sides. Well, boss, if you're gonna be, if that's how it's gonna be, no more snacks for you, bro. Okay. All right. We still have a little bit more with this Mark Cerny interview. It says here, I just want to highlight this quote one more time from Mark Cerny. He says here, quote, I think as long as we continue to create that very nice package, the future of consoles is pretty bright. I just want to speak on this for a moment before we proceed, only because I think that he's right. I actually agree with him. I think that Mark Cerny's mindset and mentality behind the future of console development is if we try to focus on making a really good package that achieves a lot at a very specific price point, which is what consoles have always tried to do, but while also maybe trying to innovate a little bit wherever possible, that consoles will still have a place. And I'm in agreement. I think that he's not wrong about that. I think that there will always be this kind of market. You know, whether or not that market's going to grow, we don't know, but there will always be a market for people who are looking for that specific type of package. The only question is, we got to know, is Mark Cerny still going to be developing consoles when he's in his 70s? That's so crazy. I can't believe Mark Cerny is 60, dude. Like, I'm just shocked. He doesn't look 60 at all. The Zombie Fanatic, you're saying someone says he doesn't understand people want 60. No, I don't. I think they were misunderstanding what Mark was saying. Mark clearly understands, and he stated that yeah, gamers want higher frame rates. He was just saying he was surprised that didn't basically start to go away as we went further into this generation, that developers were continuing to stick with, you know, offering 60 FPS performance modes rather than trying to extract more from the resolution side of things, you know, and then having to lower the frame rate. And I think that's fair because in previous you know, I think it's because Mark understands that most developers up until this point who were developing for console were usually prepared for, like, okay, we got to go at 30. You know, like, that's been the norm essentially for like most games. And this isn't necessarily the gen where everything is suddenly 4K 60, you know, a native 4K, perfectly smooth 60. There's still some ups and downs, but this seems to be the gen where we get much, much closer to that, you know, being the standard. And we have Kyle here with the super chat. He says, Mark Cerny is not there for gamers' needs because he is there for the developers' needs. Developers are the ones that need to think of the gamers' needs. That's a good point as well, Kyle. Yeah, it's a very good point. See, that's what makes Mark Cerny so interesting of an individual is he's done it all. He's been a developer. He's been a director. He's been a programmer. He's an engineer. He's directed a game. He's done everything. He produced. He was a producer for Spider-Man 2, and here he is making the PS5 Pro now. It's like I would say Mark probably has a better understanding of the needs of the general gaming industry than most people, right? But absolutely, that's what makes Mark, I would say, such an expert of his craft when it comes to developing console hardware. He has this basic fundamental understanding. And even though it seems basic and it seems fundamental, it seems like a lot of hardware engineers seem to miss this. And that is, you need to think about the needs of the developers. You need to create hardware that meets the needs of the developers. Now, here's what's super interesting. Mark Cerny's obviously creating the PlayStation 6. He's currently developing the PlayStation 6. Mark Cerny just went on record here in this interview stating that the reason why games are taking so long to make is because these are the types of games that developers want to make now more than ever. They want to make the biggest, most ambitious, best games they could possibly make. Not to say that's ever been, not the case, but we're just at that point, technologically speaking, where they can really start to go a lot further. it's just going to take a lot more time. That really makes me wonder what is going to be there with the PlayStation 6 to help developers achieve that. Whether it's more efficiently or just more generally speaking, like you want to make the biggest, most ambitious game, we're going to make sure that we are dropping hardware that will absolutely let you do that, right? It makes me wonder, like, how like this is why I'm so focused on this interview with Mark Cerny and what he has to say and how he's answering these questions, because we are in a way getting a little bit of insight into what could be going into the next generation of PlayStation hardware. You guys are saying AI. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no doubt about that. And we have Isaac Adrian with the super chat saying, this is the biggest W I have seen for Xbox in years. I don't know what the F Sony is doing. I really hope they answer and show us some crazy stuff soon. Yeah, talking about the Xbox showcase, man, people are satisfied with it. People are happy. There's a lot of positivity. And like I said, Microsoft generated a lot of excitement for their brand. And if you're somebody who's more focused on PlayStation like me and like many of you, then I think that, you know, it's a natural question that's going to be brought up is like, man, Sony, like, do you have a show too? It's interesting because really quick, just to shift gears for a moment, I've seen some people saying that like Sony definitely doesn't need to respond. And that's kind of the way people have been talking about it, is like, does Sony need to respond? I've seen some people saying Sony needs to respond very quickly. They need to have a big show very soon. But I don't agree with that. I don't think Sony should rush anything. I think that would be the biggest mistake they can make. If they're not ready to do something, they shouldn't rush it. Because I think what people are failing to keep in mind here is that it took many years for Microsoft to build up to the showcase that they just had. And I think that's lost on a lot of people. You know? It's been a long time since Xbox had a really big, impactful, meaningful showcase. I mean, one that really knocked it out of the park. One that had this level of hype surrounding it. It took them a long time to get to this point. And I'm not saying that, oh, well, we should just let Sony, you know, Sony's going to have to take 4 years to get to that point. No, of course not. But you can't rush these things. You can't rush them. It just doesn't work like that. So I wouldn't say that I don't think there's a need for Sony to respond, right? Or react. I don't think that's, and I think that's how I kind of got caught up in that conversation where it's like, I started to think, oh yeah, Sony needs to respond. But the more I thought about it, I started to realize, you know what? Not really. See, this is why I'm glad I'm not the head of PlayStation, because I think I would make some very reactionary mistakes. Boss, bro, you are being something else. Hold on. I got to give this cat a little bit of catnip because he will not stop torturing me here. Come on. It's down there for you. The more I started to think about it, the more I realized it would be a mistake for Sony to feel as though they have to rush to react, because the truth is Sony has been on top for many years now. Sony is the one that's been, you know, not, I wouldn't say in 2023 or 2022, but for many years prior, Sony was the one delivering these big haymaker showcases and these big haymaker games. And this was all happening while Microsoft was floundering and trying to figure out, how are we going to get there? And it took Microsoft a long time, but they found their own path, and their own path was, we need to buy publishers. We need to give them some time. We need to buy some studios. We need to give them some time. And eventually it's all going to add up, and we're going to have a big, awesome show of our own that's going to get people excited. And that's what they did. But it took many, many years. And so I'm willing to give Sony some leeway here where it's like, listen, if Sony needs more time, if their teams need more time, and they're just not ready yet, okay. That's okay, because I've seen this before. I've seen this with the PlayStation 4. I remember with the PlayStation 4 at the beginning, there wasn't as much there. They did have some good stuff, certainly, but there wasn't as much. And the thing that really gave the PS4 the most amount of momentum was honestly Microsoft dropping the ball so hard. It just made it that much easier for Sony. Sony was very reliant on indies at the beginning of the PS4. It wasn't until 2015 and 16 that, okay, our teams are ready to show. And they had some of their biggest and best showcases that they've ever put on that blew people away. But I think people are too quick to forget, how was PlayStation's E3 2017? How was PlayStation's E3 2018? PlayStation didn't have a showcase in 2019. And it took a couple years as they were releasing their games. That's the thing. In 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, they were releasing their games. And it wasn't until 2020 with the Future of Gaming PlayStation 5 showcase that they were like, okay, here's another cycle. Our teams are ready to show. Let's go. And I feel like that's like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm starting to think that there is a cadence to this that's beginning to reveal itself. And I think that cadence is that it really seems like it's going to be on a 3 to 4 year rotational basis, essentially, where it's like, if you're talking about the mind-blowing showcases, like the ones that are like, this is legendary, I can't even believe what they just showed, this is like the showcase of the generation, I think those only happen once every like 3 to 4 years. And I think the reason for that is because of the development timelines and cycles. And the ones that happen in between are more like, okay, this isn't going to be that, but it's going to be something. And in some cases, there just might not be anything. And if you think about it, we are at that point now. It is true, yes. I clearly did see Mystic's video today. But it's interesting because, you know, Mystic is like the voice of reason for PlayStation. And I was listening to his video and I'm like I knew all this, but I'm like, you know what? Yeah, like, it's easy to forget about all this stuff. It's like, it's easy to forget about all of that important history. Exactly. He put it into words and he just laid it out there. And it doesn't guarantee anything. Like, it doesn't guarantee that Sony's going to have a big show or that there's truth to this. But it does show you that this is kind of how it's been for like about a decade now. So there is a pretty decent chance that that's how it's going to continue to be. And it's not a bad thing. It's just it's a matter of understanding the timing of it all. I think that that seems to elude people in the moment, myself included. We have Angry Whale Watcher here saying, I played Capcom's Street Fighter II pinball machine at Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show over the weekend. That pinball machine has the most cursed art. They gave Ken Blancaface Mega Man 1 art vibes. That's so funny, dude. Like, Angry Well Watcher, I have to say, I didn't read your super chat until this very moment. I didn't think that's what I was going to be reading, but I haven't seen this. It sounds fascinating to me. It has the most cursed art. It messed them up, man. Angry Well Watcher's not the same after that experience. He's a different person. Pull up the art. Street Fighter II Pinball Machine Northwest. You're saying it's Northwest Pinball. I gotta see this. Hold on. This is as cursed as you make it sound. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. You're not kidding. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, I could see how this could change a man. That's so funny. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Angry Well Watcher. I kind of wish I didn't see it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not showing you guys. Yeah, yeah, dude. That's so funny. All right, we have a couple more super chats here that I'm going to read, and we're going to finish up. We're almost at the end of this Mark Cerny interview. We're going to finish up the Mark Cerny interview. I'm going to give my concluding thoughts on what he had to say, and then we're going to move on to the next topic after that, which is about Metal Gear. And we're actually going to react to a new deep dive that was just released today on Xbox's channel about Metal Gear Solid Delta. So hang tight for that. I also just want to, once again, because we have more people here, and I'm going to just continue to remind people that we have a weekly goal for members that we're trying to achieve. We're getting close to halfway there. I don't know if we're going to hit it. We still have some time left, certainly. But if you want to help us get to the goal, feel free to do that. We're at 132. If we hit 300, I will be rewarding all of my members with a members exclusive Elden Ring stream, which, oh man, like I'm not saying I'm dreading it. Like I want to hit the goal, obviously, but I'm not gonna lie, it makes me a little bit nervous. You know, it makes me a little bit nervous because I haven't played Elden Ring in a long time. I couldn't even figure out how to two-hand my weapon. It's rough going. So we have Brett Williams here, member for 18 months. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying, how many times have we had a great Xbox showcase like that, and then they failed to deliver on a bunch of the games? The others were just bad. Well, I will agree that when it comes to executing, Microsoft has still struggled. And that's where I will say one of the key differences between, I would say, this Xbox showcase and previous ones is they were willing to show much more gameplay this time, which I think reassures a lot of people and makes them think like, okay, you know what, maybe we can feel better about these games. And there's still more we have to see, obviously, but I always try to remind people, and you know, I talked about this the other day, and it's not to throw shade at Microsoft, and it's hard to talk about this because some people are just going to interpret it only one way, and they're not going to take what they're in the minds of some people. They're like, well, I'm hearing this from a PlayStation fanboy, so why would I care what you have to say? Why would I take what you have to say seriously? Why would I assume what you're saying is true or fair? But for those who are willing to listen, I tried to explain to people that the biggest problem Microsoft has faced for the past 10 years is not necessarily putting on a good show, but executing. Putting on a good show, yes, that has been a problem for Microsoft as well. Having a meaningful showcase that really makes people feel like, okay, wow, you guys are doing it. But in the execution process, they always seem to, if not fumble, like in some cases, they just completely fumble the ball. In other cases, they don't necessarily stick the landing. And I think this is the key difference when we talk about Sony's games from their first-party studios these days and Microsoft's. And that's why I think, you know, people feel a little bit differently about Sony when it comes to big game reveals because they feel more confident in the execution process of it. You know, when we see a game from Sony Santa Monica revealed, a new IP, right? There is this whole factor surrounding that game that this is a new game completely, which means you know nothing about it. You don't know if it's going to be good or not. But there is this inherent feeling from people where it's like, okay, well, what were their previous games? Yeah, the previous two games this studio made, God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok. Actually, really quick, yeah, I do appreciate the feedback. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback because I was thinking about that too. I think we're gonna go. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. I hear you, man. Just a little bit of experimentation, you know? But when you think about that, right? Oh, the last 2 games that this studio made that's showing me their new game, they made God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018. You're automatically going to have a greater level of confidence in when this game drops, right? When this game drops, the chances of them truly executing on it and it being, I mean, like very good, top tier, something that doesn't feel like a game. It doesn't feel like a game you get that often. Very high. Your confidence in that is going to be high. And this isn't to take anything away from Xbox's showcase. I'm not here to do that in response to these chats. I'm not here to take anything away from the showcase, and I'm not here to take anything away from anybody who feels that way about the games that Xbox showed. The only thing I will say is just have a little bit of trepidation, just a little bit of skepticism, if you will, for your own sake, in that it's a great showing, but let's see how the execution goes. And who knows, man? Maybe one of these games that Microsoft showed will be, like a 95 on Metacritic Game of the Year masterpiece. I'm not saying that isn't possible. It's just that that's not common from Microsoft at all. So that's why I'm saying, like, this is, I think, the difference between the psychological viewpoint, if you will. All right, so here's what we're going to do, because I'm getting a little bit of feedback here, and I think we're at... So I'm going to put up the daily goal. You guys seem to like that much better. And I won't lie to you, I'm much more used to doing it this way anyway. We'll keep in mind, I'll keep track of how much we got throughout the week so far. But we'll go back to the daily goal of 25. Because I guess it makes sense, because I guess I didn't really consider that every time we hit 25, we do like, some boss rewards. And yeah, he's chilled. That catnip chilled him out. Oh my God, he's got it all over his head. And when we hit like 50, we do like incremental rewards throughout the stream. And I guess I didn't properly communicate that I was still tracking that. But yeah, it'll be simpler for you guys. Kyle, you're saying Xbox got a W, and that is a job well done. It took them to go through as many L's as it takes to go from L in the alphabet to W. Let Sony cook. Oh, wow. I like the way you put that. That was well put. It took them to go through as many L's as it. You love it. You love it. I like that, Kyle. Yeah, it's a W, man. I don't think anybody can take that away from them, but there's still more to go. I'm okay letting Sony cook, because I think Sony earned that. I think at the very least, Sony earned the cook time, the extra cook time if needed. And Neo comes in and drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. Neo.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, man. Thank you for keeping that membership train going. That brings us up to 10 members on the day. Yeah, I guess I just didn't really realize how off-putting and confusing it could be for people to see the counter like that. So there we go. 10 members on the day. Really appreciate that, Neo. Dropping a 5 bomb. Stop pimping out boss. Honestly, it's not even that anymore, man. These are the things that we do for boss here. He expects that either way. So I just figure, you know what? I'll let you guys help out. I'll let you guys partake. But man, dude, it's so funny. I put that catnip on the ground, and it's all over his back. It's just so funny to see. Like, I don't even know how he gets it on his back like that. I guess like rubbing into it. I just don't know how it stays there. Anyway, Kyle, thank you for the super chat, buddy. We also have Josh Z with another $10 chat saying, MBG, I was listening to another podcast recently that suggested that physical versus digital doesn't matter, and that the real problem is DRM doesn't have laws that protect the consumer. It makes more sense. Yeah, I've seen some people having this conversation on places like Twitter, and in some forums, and yeah, it's a little concerning for sure, because we're starting to see more game discs and physical games come out where it's like, yeah, but the entire game isn't on the disc, and you're gonna have to connect to the internet anyway, and yeah, it starts to feel like, well, then what's the point? I saw some people were upset specifically with the Alan Wake 2 physical edition, where they're like, oh yeah, we're putting together this big package, but you're not getting everything. Like, if you want to play the DLC, you're still gonna have to download that separately. And I mean, it's not exactly the same. Like, the base game is still on the disc, but there's another topic that, if we have time, we're gonna go over it today, where there's this report where apparently Black Ops 6 is going to be always online, even for the campaign, due to continuous texture streaming. So if you buy a physical copy of Black Ops 6, it ships with a disc, but like literally not all of the textures are on that disc. And I know it's Call of Duty, so I guess maybe it's kind of to be expected, but it really, I think, does just kind of start to reveal that this is going to become something that's more and more common going forward. And I hope that there are some changes that can be made. I saw some people kind of clowning on Microsoft the other day because they announced their all digital Xbox Series X lineup, and the Series S is all digital, and people were kind of clowning on them because they were like, dude, you literally talked about game preservation in this showcase, and you made it sound like you're dedicated to preserving games, but yet you're like making these decisions that go completely against that are totally antithetical. And I'm glad people are kind of picking up on that nonsense, where it's like, yeah, good, we should acknowledge that it's all PR speak. You know what I mean? Like, although you got to give credit where it's due to Microsoft specifically for what they've done with backwards compatibility, but they pretty much stopped. So it's like, there's a difference, I would say, between talking about games preservation and actually taking serious steps where it's like, this is in the name of game preservation and not just diving headfirst into an all digital future. And my viewpoint on this is, I think we're ultimately fighting, not to sound like such a defeatist, but I think we might be fighting a losing battle, because we're dealing with corporations where it's like, they don't care, dude. They don't care. They're in this is a business to them. They want everybody to go all digital. They want to cut out the middleman. Physical media is just a nuisance to them. And that's how, if they could have it their way, that's the way it would be. That goes for Microsoft, that goes for Sony, and eventually down the line, that will go for Nintendo as well, eventually. Yeah, even worse, not even all digital. They want everything to be streaming. Yeah, for sure. Definitely something worth thinking about. And shout out to Jake Skew 28 for being a member for 13 months. He says, 13 months, wow. Have a good day, and here's a member gift. Well, I don't know if the member gift went through, Jake, but are people having trouble letting stuff go through? I had Kyle ask me earlier. Whoa. Kyle asked me earlier. Boss, you are being a bad cat today. He asked me earlier if his super chat went through, and it didn't, so I guess he had to resend it to get it to go through. There we go. Jake Skew 28 dropping a membership gift as well. Jake, thank you for that, buddy. Brings us up to 11 on the day. Good stuff, dude. Boss, you're starting to get aggressive here, boss. I'm trying to be patient with you. Well, guys, we are somewhat close to getting to the 25 member goal. So just throwing that out there. Boss is clearly getting very upset that we haven't given him snacks. Patience, my child. We have a perfect image here with the $10 chat. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying Metal Gear Delta, Indiana Jones, and the Great Circle, Assassin's Creed, Shadows, Life is Strange, Double Exposure, brings back our original stars. Bring back our original star, Stalker 2, The Crew Motorfest. We have a lot of games. We do, man. We do. Hey. No. I'm going to have to get this cat out of here, bro. You're bad. He straight up tried to disconnect my mic. Can you guys hear me okay? I need to make sure you guys can hear me okay. Oh, no. Yes and no. Holy shit. Bro, I got excited, and then I got disappointed. Isaac Adrian dropping a $300 super chat out of nowhere. And the disappointment, if you're wondering, comes in the form of, he says, now take off your hat. Isaac, I see what you're doing. I see what Isaac is. He's trying to force this to happen. For $300, you have to. Putting me on the spot like that. Bro. I don't know. I don't. There has to be something I can do for $300. That's a crazy super chat, dude. Seriously. I didn't even shave my head or anything. I'm not prepared for this. I'm not prepared for this. For $300, I moved the hat back at least a couple inches. Yo, you know what? Hold on, Isaac. You know what's making me laugh? You just reminded me. I saw this video on Twitter the other day. It was like a day or two ago. Where, do you guys know who Bradley Martin is? He's like this really buff guy. He's like a fitness dude. But he always wears a hat. And I guess he always wore the hat because of his hairline or whatever. And he was streaming at the gym the other day, and some dude just like pulled his hat off while he was like streaming. And he got pissed. He slapped the shit out of the dude who pulled his hat off, but it like revealed his hairline. And literally the next day, he was filmed again, and his head was completely shaved. And it was just so funny because it was like, all right, it was clearly that exact moment that he was like, I'm shaving my head. It just reminded me of that. I'm stalling. I am stalling. Damn, I don't know, man. I gotta think of something now. I have to. I can't just take the hat off, bro. I can't just do that. It's too like $300 is a crazy ass super chat. But you should have you got to ask me this stuff, bro. But there has to be something. There has to be some kind of a compromise here. All right, hold on. Here's what I could do for you. Here's what I'll do for you. All right, I'm not taking the hat off. Maybe we could show a little bit. Because we're getting there. Show your mangled head. It's really not like, it's going to be super underwhelming when the day comes. It is. It's going to be super underwhelming. You guys are booing me. This is bullshit. I didn't agree to this. Maybe if I shave my head. All right, hold on. Let's see. I have to be careful here. See? Oh, you see that? You seen a little bit? You see it? Oh, look at that. Oh, man. What's going on there? Get a good look? A little sneak peek? More. How far can I go? Oh, it's so close. Look, it's so close. Little teaser. $300? This is what $300 gets you. This is what $300 gets you, bro. You can fill in the rest. You could do the rest. How we feeling, Isaac? Is that good enough? Is this what you wanted? I'm hiding my Mark Cerny tattoo. I mean, look, you can almost see it. You can almost see it. Let's do the rest of the stream with my hat like this now. Dude, you know what's so funny though? Prior to doing the stream, I was contemplating, I was like, do I want to shave my head today? Or do I just want to give it another day? And I was like, you know what? Just give it another day. It's good. It didn't grow in too much. You know, you still got another day. And of course, this is the day where Isaac Adrian's like, I think I'll drop a $300 super chat telling MBG to take his hat off. It's like he knew. You think I look better without the hat? Well, see, the whole thing is, I want to make it clear. Oh, man, Corey just showed up. He's like, what's going on? Corey, check out my head, bro. You see that? You see that? You see what they're making me do? But I just want to make it clear that I had planned to start streaming without my hat because I don't really wear a hat that often anymore. Like, honestly, I really only wear my hat when I stream. I've gotten totally, I've fully embraced the bald life, bro. But I've never removed it because I'm like, I always promised it has to be a 100K special. Like, that's the incentive to get us over the 100K mark. And when we would do that, we take the hat off. But yeah, I would also prefer my beard to be a little bit more, grown out. I think I look better without it. Well, I don't know. Mrs. MBG really likes, you're like, fall off, please. Mrs. MBG really likes when I, have my head shaved. She likes that look on me. So, I don't know, man. Capono, you're saying, bro, the show got destroyed. It's okay. We're going to get back on track. But what I didn't say up until this point, and I should absolutely say now, I should fix my hat while I'm saying it. I look like an idiot. I do want to, Isaac, though, I do want to thank you, though, man. That was that's a huge donation during the stream. A $300 donation is absolutely wild. I hope I didn't disappoint you, man. I hope that this is good enough. Corey's like, the hat's a gimmick, lads. Relax. MB Kratos. Bald MBG for the win. But yeah, Isaac Adrian, thank you so much. Oh, hold on. He's still going. Isaac Adrian for $5 says, how much to shave the beard? Okay, well, hold on now. Now you got to ask Mrs. MBG that. That's a Mrs. MBG question. She's in the chat. She said no, Isaac. That's actually something, well, all right. So there was this period last year where I shaved my face and my head. And it was possibly one of the most regrettable things I ever did because I just looked like a testicle and it looked bad. It looked real bad. And I actually took a picture of myself to remind myself, if you ever think about doing this again, look at this picture and you'll know not to do it. But I will say though, that would be. I'd probably be more willing to do that. I have this problem though. Maybe it's in my head, maybe it is my head. I don't really ever shave. Well, Mrs. MBG loves the beard, so that's always a barrier, right? Which I don't mind. I like having a beard. But anytime I think about like going completely clean shaven, I feel like my head looks way too small, dude. Like I have a weak chin and jawline, and it's like too rounded, and I just look like my head shrunk like way too much. How much to shave the chest? How about that one? Do you have any idea how much chest hair I have? Mrs. MBG's like, it's not that serious. For me, it feels that serious. To wax it? Oh, dude, I don't know. Oh, that would be a brutal stream. Chest hair stays. All right, look, Mrs. MBG, we got to know what if something's got to go here. What's it going to be? The beard or the chest hair? How about just a mustache? I would go for that. I would go for just a mustache. I've always wondered myself. Eyebrows? Oh, come on, dude. Shaving my eyebrows. How long do they take to grow back? Chest hair reveal. Yeah. One eyebrow? Dude, shaving one eyebrow seems even worse than shaving both. I don't know. I'm tempted to take the. I don't know if the offer's still, if it's on the table, but I'm tempted to take the mustache. Just going with the mustache. I'm tempted to take that. How do I look with the hat backwards? That's backwards. Everybody always thinks I'm wearing a do-rag when I keep my hat backwards like this. Lift the hat just a little bit. Oh man. Oh, it's going. It's going. All right. I think I played into this a little too much. Mustache only looks creepy as hell. Do a handlebar? I don't know if I could pull off a handlebar mustache, dude. But Isaac, I think I know you well enough. Maybe I'm wrong. But Isaac, I think I know you well enough. And if I had to guess, you're looking to support the channel. Yeah, go Hogan style. And I appreciate that, bro. I do want to express that in all seriousness. I mean, I get the feeling I don't think you were actually sitting there thinking, like, he's going to take the hat off. I think you knew that. But I gave you a little bit. I gave you as much as I felt like I could go, without going all the way. As far as I could go. So, Isaac, $300 super chat, bro. That is crazy. How much for a Mrs. MBG reveal? 1,000 members. How about that? 1,000 members. Maybe that's too far. Too much pressure. But I really do appreciate the support, man. In all seriousness, like, I tell you guys constantly that I'm only able to run this channel and I'm only able to do this because you guys make it possible. And we have some extremely generous, extremely kind people here, community members that, sometimes they give a lot, man. and it goes a long way for me. So on a more serious note, I do want to make sure, Isaac Adrian, that you understand how grateful I am for that type of super chat, man, because that's crazy. That's crazy. It does mean a lot. Be careful what you wish for. $1,000 members is like $5,000. Yeah, that I guess it is. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Holy shit. I don't think I really did that math, but I did miss Arnie Vesper's super chat. He says GTA 6 and MGS Delta, if they are on disc, I'm good. I think, yeah, MGS Delta is going to be on disc. GTA 6 will be on disc. I wonder if there'll be 2 discs, though. But yeah, this is what I look like with a backwards hat. Nothing really new there. Oh, we're so close. So all right, I should probably stop doing that. I'm done because I'm probably just making Isaac Adrian mad at this point. But yeah, as I've said and will continue to say, I think we have an amazing community here. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for. I mean, we got to feed the beast for that, right? We didn't hit 25 members, but bro, a $300 super chat, I could at least do that. Bald of Sun. Bald AF Sun, okay. Hell yeah. Oh, Leia wants to come in too. I love how somebody replies to Isaac Adrian saying, don't get your hopes up, and their name is Egghead. Here you go, boss. I'm trying to give him slightly fewer treats. Slightly fewer. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in and drops 10 memberships on you guys. Corey drops a 10 bomb. And I'm going to play this for both Corey and Isaac Adrian.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a holy shit right there. Corey, thank you so much, bud. You just brought us up to 21 members. And just like that, Hellbound 1981 comes in. 2 legends back-to-back, crushing it. 15 members gifted, crushing the goal, bringing us to 26 members on the day. Thank you, guys. Seriously. I'm kind of in shock at the support, the amount of support, financial support that just dropped in such a short period of time. I really appreciate what you guys are doing for me and this community and boss and my family. We'll get there. We're going to get there. I promise. Isaac Adrian, just know your super chat is not in vain. Okay? Today's not the day for the head reveal, but it's not in vain. That day is coming. That day is coming. Man, I gotta say though, I'm sitting here trying to imagine what it's gonna be like to stream without my hat, and I'm gonna feel naked for a while. You know? I'm gonna end up feeling naked. Do you guys know how many times I've almost went live without my hat on? Yeah, these are the problems MBG has. Absolutely. About once? No, there hasn't been like a ton of times, but there were at least a select few times where like I sat down and I was like getting ready to go live. I mean, I always do my 5-minute intro, but I realized, oh wait, I don't have my hat on. So that would have been it, man. That would have been the big grand reveal. It would have been accidental. Be like, oops. I say we all take our hats off in honor of MBG's head reveal stream. Yeah, you'll know when it happens. And we have Matt Fu coming in, dropping another 5-bomb on you guys. Another 5 memberships gifted coming from Matt. That's his second 5-bomb of the day. Want to see some W's flowing in the chat for these guys.
It's dangerous.
I got to throw Mark Cerny in there because we're still not done his interview, man. We really got thrown off track here in the best possible way, though. So, Matt, thank you for that, bud. You just brought us up to 31 members on the day. You guys are awesome. All right, so let's... I do apologize. I know that there are people who are really... they want us to get back on track. They want to go through the topics, and they want to finish up this Mark Cerny topic, because we are going to move on to talking about Metal Gear Solid Delta. I just want to make sure that for those who are supporting the channel in such a big way, just want to make sure everybody understands how important it is and how much it means to me and the community. Oh, wow, Space Gambler, you're really wondering. Yes, it has to be in one stream. But here's what we're going to do, because I'm falling a little bit behind. You're saying you missed the first part of the Cerny interview. Well, the first part was mainly just kind of going over his career trajectory. We are at the end of the interview, though. We have like basically one more paragraph to read, so I'm going to end finish reading this and end this topic so we can move on to the next. It says here, Mark Cerny turned 60 this year, and it's at moments like this when one might look back on where they've been. He says he tries not to get nostalgic, but if there are days he looks back on with fondness, it's probably back to the days when a single designer could lay out a third of a game, half of a game, or even an entire game. He explains, I'm not talking about what we could call today an indie game, but what we would have called a AAA game back in those days. Something like Crash Bandicoot 2, where if you are running down the path and there's an apple that you picked up, odds are I was the one that put it there. Since the days of Atari, Cerny has been step-by-step moving away from pure game creation to more of a support role, and although that might be a shame, it does afford him the ability to work with a variety of developers on all sorts of projects. I see incredible games getting made, he says. It's not bittersweet at all to say that instead of creating games, I've chosen to support the creation of games because there is really good work being done. With a big birthday on the horizon, the question of retirement inevitably comes up. It is something that's a bit on my mind, he admits, but I do believe I have a bit of time left in this industry. I suspect a few people reading this would have hoped to have heard a definitive retire. Never. Well, Clint Eastwood is a pretty good role model, he concludes, at least the part where he's still directing movies at age 90-something, not the part where he started a movie with a chimpanzee. So there you go. That is to wrap up. I mean, it's very disconnected because there was a lot that happened in between, but that is the final section of the Mark Cerny interview. So Mark Cerny sounds like he's not necessarily ready to retire, but same with the F is Boss doing. But will the PlayStation 6 be his final PlayStation? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a great question. Maybe the PlayStation 6 Pro. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We finished up 2 of our main topics of discussion. What we're going to do now is move on and talk all about Metal Gear Solid Delta. There's a couple parts to this. We're going to be going over new details, new information. We're going to be reacting to a new deep dive that apparently just released for Metal Gear Solid Delta. And then we're going to watch a comparison video as well. So if you are a Metal Gear fan, buckle up. I do want to ask you guys before we move on to that topic, though, to do me a favor and hit that like button. We're sitting at 257 likes, which really has been helping out the streams and helping with YouTube's algorithm. So take a second, hit that like button. Let's see if we can get that up to 275. So the first thing I want to do is just go over a couple of the new details that we just recently learned about Metal Gear Solid Remake or Delta that I haven't covered with you guys yet. It says here, Konami released a new developer diary featuring none other than English Snake voice actor David Hayter, who outlined some of the biggest enhancements of Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater over the original title. For starters, the damage system has been updated so that battle scars inflicted on Snake will remain throughout the entire game. Cutscenes have been improved as well, although they will largely remain untouched from a narrative standpoint. When it comes to controls, the game will offer a legacy option that plays exactly like the original game, which is more of an overhead view, and a new style of control for players accustomed to modern third-person action games. And so, yeah, this is something that I definitely didn't mention to you guys. To me, the legacy versus updated third-person camera is absolutely huge because I think that's the smartest way to handle it. I think a lot of people would like to experience this remake with the traditional Metal Gear Solid somewhat overhead camera. It's not completely overhead. It's kind of like, just more zoomed out. But at the same time, somebody like me, I'm super excited about playing this game. And this is going to make it feel brand new in a way, like playing it with a more traditional third-person camera and over-the-shoulder shooting, which is what they showed in the trailer. I think that's great. I think, again, it's smart to give these types of options. I also think it's really cool that they're making it known that when it comes to the damage system, one of the core features in Metal Gear Solid 3 is when Snake is injured, you have to kind of manually heal him with certain injuries he has. Sometimes there'll be like little cutscenes that play, and it's pretty cool that they're going to add that level of detail where they show the damage that was done to his body, and the scars and the damage he took will kind of stay there throughout the remainder of the game. And when it comes to the cutscenes, it is worth noting they did make it known that they're not really changing much. They're just making some basic tweaks. But yeah, I think that's smart because I don't think you want to mess with Kojima directed cutscenes. I think that's where you would kind of upset some people. I also want to point this out. I don't know if there's truth to this or not, but it says here, being reported by VGC, that Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, the release date may have accidentally been leaked out. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater could be released in November 2024. In a tweet published to coincide with pre-orders launching on Monday, U.S. retailer GameStop stated that the game will be released on November 17th, 2024. Metal Gear Solid Delta's release date has not yet been announced by publisher Konami, and product listings on GameStop's site currently carry a placeholder of December 31st, 2025. It's worth noting that that specific release date, I think, is exactly 20 years. I think that's the 20th anniversary. It was proven false. Oh, that's depressing, if true. That would have been so cool, though, because if they did release Metal Gear Solid Delta on that date, that's exactly 20 years. That's 20 years after, the original release. It's a 20-year anniversary. That'd be so cool. You're thinking 2025? I'm thinking that too. All right, so let me bring up the new video that we can watch and react together because I haven't seen this yet. I think you guys were saying it's on Xbox's YouTube channel. Let me look for it here. Oh, sweet.
Ratings.
All right. It's about 13 minutes long, so it's not super long. Let me just move myself over here. Let me make sure the desktop audio is good. And okay, we should be good to go. So this is the Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater Deep Dive.
For games in this podcast are pending. Hey everyone, welcome back to the official Xbox podcast, the only podcast coming to you from inside Xbox. And all this week, we are diving deep into games you've seen at the Xbox Game Showcase. And if you've missed one from earlier in this week, don't worry, definitely check out youtube.com/Xbox, Spotify, or wherever you download your podcasts. But maybe hold on a second, because we've got a very special show and a very special guest to today's episode, which is all about Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. But before we get into it, let me introduce to you my co-host for the day, got to get this title right, the tactical espionage action expert, Jeff Rubenstein. Jeff, how's it going?
It's good. When you get to write what your own title is going to be, you can put anything you want in the prompter, as it turns out, without having to back it up.
And you wrote, well, let's see, do you have the credentials? What are your credentials for that?
I remember going as a kid next door to my neighbor Andy's house. He had the original Metal Gear on NES, and then I started playing MGS 3, or the original MGS when it first came out, but MGS 3 is my favorite, so I'm very excited to be here. Plus, I was born year of the snake, so I feel like I'm eminently qualified to be sitting here in this chair.
It all just works. It works. You know, we're gonna take that and we're gonna preview for that one. But Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater was announced just about a year ago, actually, and we've now seen 3 trailers. The announced one from May of last year, one at the Xbox Partner Preview, which is awesome, and that was the first in-engine look at the game. And now at the Xbox Game Showcase, of course, this past weekend. And there's a lot to talk about. So we're honored to welcome producer Noriaki Okamura into the studio. Okamura-san, thank you so much for joining us. Can you please introduce yourself for everyone and share your history with Konami and Metal Gear?
コナミデジタルでエンターテインメントの岡村紀明です。
Hello, I'm Noriaki Okamura with Konami Digital Entertainment.
For a second,
I've
I
been
thought
with
they
Konami
weren't
for a
going to
little over
translate,
30
and
years,
I'm like,
and I'm currently the series producer on the Metal Gear series.
に関してはこれまでもいくつかのプロジェクトに直接関わってまして、メタルギアソリッドポータブル
I've been involved with a number of Metal Gear titles, and I was also producer for Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops and Metal Gear Solid Bandesine.
そういった意味では約10年ぶりに、昨年発売したメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム
finally some
Now, after
Konami
about
dev
10
presence.
years, I'm back and overseeing the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, which came out last year, as well as Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, which we all just saw the new trailer for.
しばらく動いていなかった本シリーズなんですけれども
The series was pretty quiet for a while, and as a result, we started seeing new players who didn't really know about Metal Gear.
思ってます。実際ネットでも
You can go online and people were saying, "What's Metal Gear?" We decided we wanted to fix that.
僕や今もなおコナミで
All of us on the Metal Gear team are really dedicated to making sure that the Metal Gear is still around for the future. So everyone keep on enjoying it. We look at that as kind of our mission.
そういった思い、それがもう僕たちの使命だと思っているので
That was what led us to making these games and to bringing Metal Gear back into action.
Okamura-san, thank you so much for joining us here all the way from Japan. So let's get into it. It's not unusual for previous generation games to make their way into modern devices. We see this pretty frequently, and they're usually actually very popular. Now, normally in a title, we'll see a word like remaster or remake, but here you've chosen the Delta character. So do you consider Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater to be a remake, a remaster, or something else entirely?
It's actually a good question, and I was kind of wondering that myself. Like, I was
Well, Metal
wondering...
Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater is more than just a remaster. This is a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, which first came out in 2004.
What are they going to call the next one if they do MGS2? Or 1, I mean.
We're keeping everything about the story in the game world, but we've rebuilt it with cutting-edge graphics and 3D sound, which really enhances the jungle environment and makes this the ultimate survival stealth action experience.
Yeah, and is there any additional meaning to having Delta in the title that we should be thinking about?
タイトルにデルタをつけた背景としては
Delta is a Greek letter, and the original meaning is something like change or difference. But it also means to change the quantity of something without changing the composition or character.
ギリシャ語のアルファベットに由来する数学変数
I'm like wondering if the original Metal Gear gets remade, is it
That's
going to
the
be like
core
Metal Gear
concept for
Solid
the
Delta?
title. Not different, but more.
You know?
So we
And
chose
that's
to
it?
represent that in the title.
So it is wild to me to think that Metal Gear Solid 3 was first released 20 years ago. That's 3 generations ago. Of course, game engines and consoles have come a very long way since then. I remember playing Metal Gear Solid 3 originally on the PS2, on a 26-inch CRT TV. My TV's now 65-inch, 4K, HDR. Things have come a long way. So visuals, we expect, are going to be a pretty big focal point here. So I'd love to hear what you're doing with Unreal Engine 5.
デルタのビジュアル制作ではですね、多く
We've been putting a ton of effort into the visuals of the jungle area that make up a lot of the game.
ジャングルのうっそうとした感じやで、
We really want them to look and feel like totally overgrown, wet, humid environments.
部分にこだわりを作って、
Well, they're doing a good job.
いうことになります。
Looks great.
ジャングルの
We've also created much more realistic models for the plants and animals you'll encounter there that can become fuel for Snake, and stepped up the realism of the wounds you can get, or the mud you'll get covered in.
の表現、そういったものも含めて、ジャングルでのミッションを強く
So you'll really feel the harshness of this environment and your mission there. So definitely try it on your big screen. It's going to look great in 4K.
Yeah, and I actually have a similar question about the audio. Obviously, people are playing with much higher quality headsets or sound systems than they did in 2004. And Metal Gear Solid 3's like music and voice performances are iconic. Whether it's like the theme song, David Hayter's gravelly voice that we all know, of course.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Were you able to work any magic with the original master recordings, or did you bring anyone back into the studio? And is there anything that you weren't able to do with the game back then that you can do with
These
Metal
are
Gear Solid?
good questions,
Thank you.
honestly.
音声は当時の収録した音声を使わせていただいています。
We're using all the original voice performances, but there are some lines where characters teach you the controls that really don't match anymore. So we actually did get the original actors to re-record just
キャラ
those.
クターの方々にお願いして、再収録
Oh,
をさ
that's
せていただい
super
て、
interesting.
20年前はサウンドデータを
Plus, back then, 20 years ago, we actually had to compress the voice acting down a lot to fill all that audio. Today, we aren't as limited. We don't have to compromise as much as on formats and compression, so we can actually have those performances in even higher quality.
Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake.
This is
I'll
actually
be
great
referring to you as
news.
Snake from now on.
再生チャンネル数も当時は2チャンネル
We've also expanded the compatible audio options so you can go with the original 2-channel sound or up to 7.1 channel audio.
アップグレードしているということです。
I do love that you brought some folks back into the studio to re-record those particular parts. So, what else are you looking at besides the sights and the sounds when it comes to modernizing a classic like this? I remember Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence had a new sort of a control and camera mode that was more modernized. Some people preferred that. Did you look at the controls again here?
アクションゲームにおける操作感っていうのは非常に大事なので、
Playability and controls are key to any action game, so we also gave that side of things a lot of care in the remake. We've come up with ways to rework the camera and the action to be more comfortable by modern standards.
三人称視点のゲームに、慣れたユーザーなら、操作に止まる
So if you're more used to a contemporary third-person style, you can pick up and play Delta right away.
合わせてデルタはユーザーの好みで、2つのゲームスタイルということを用意しました。1つ目が
But of course, we had the option for everyone to choose their preferred playstyle. You can use a more contemporary over-the-shoulder viewpoint, which we call New Style, or we have Legacy Style, with the overhead camera like the original, allowing you a view of your surroundings so you can stick to the shadows and plan your moves.
I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am about the newly revamped third-person camera.
Legacy Style also applies a visual filter to more faithfully recreate the screen look of the original game.
Yeah, and those are questions that we've been wondering even before this week when you dropped the game, the trailer at the showcase. So there's a lot to dig into.
So does that mean
but
they're
for
going to
players
have
who maybe haven't played Metal Gear
like
Solid
that
3
filter,
or
that color
need a quick
filter, the
refresher,
like
can you tell us
yellowish
a little bit
greenish?
about the story?
If you pick the original,
本作では
I feel like
メ
that's
タルギ
kind
ア
of
シリーズの原
what
点
that
とな
sounded
る、
like.
ビッグボス誕生のエピソードが紐解かれるという。
This game tells the origin story of Big Boss, who becomes a driver of the story across the rest of the Metal Gear series.
なります。コードネームネイキッドスネークという後の
It takes place in 1964, the Cold War, deep in the jungle. You play as a man who will one day become Big Boss, an agent codenamed Naked Snake.
亡命していたソ連
The game begins with an operation named Virtuous Mission, where Snake's mission is to infiltrate Soviet territory alone and rescue a defecting Soviet scientist. It's where the whole epic saga of Metal Gear begins. So even if you're new to the series, you can start here without worrying about missing anything.
That's why I think it was smart of them to start with MGS3.
Yeah, and like you said, Metal Gear Solid 3 chronologically takes place before the other games in this series. Is that why you chose to make this game first rather than like Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2?
改めてメタルギアサーガということを俯瞰してみたときには、
That's right. We stepped back and took a look at the story across the entire series, and we decided it made the most sense to start with MGS3,
紐解かれる
the origin of Big Boss, and where so many threads for the rest of the series stem from.
So we're getting our look in this trailer. Our first look's really at characters like Big Boss or Major Zero, and again, the fidelity is so much better now. It's really awesome to see. I went back and I was looking at old videos, and so I would just love to know like what the process was to make
are they
such
remaking
a leap.
the whole
Did you go back
series?
and look at did you
sounds
look at
like
later
it.
games in the series like MGS5, or did you look at original concept art or other source material in order to advance this facial animation so much?
ザ・ボスなどのキャラクターは、メタルギアソリッドの魅力の一つです。
One of the things people love about Metal Gear Solid are the characters like the boss. We had to leave all the nuances and touches that we like about these characters while carrying over their designs in a way that works for a contemporary title.
キャラクターの印象、どちらと比べても違和感のないようなデルタとしてのモデ
We
ル。
made countless improvements and updates to the character models in Delta to make sure that characters from MGS3 could be made detailed enough that they would fit right in if we stood them side by side with characters from, for example, MGS5. And I do want to highlight the improved facial animation details as well.
なので、これも過去
We found that just facial capture wasn't enough to create the same kind of expressive performances people remember from the original cutscenes. So a lot of the expressions are fine-tuned by hand.
There's so many characters. I can't wait to see what they look like now. And so that leads me to this question. A lot of people, including me, are very excited to get their hands on the controls. They want to play this game. So can you tell us when Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater will be released, Okamura-san?
まだ、具体的な時期はまだもうちょっとだけお待ちいただきたい。
Sorry, but we can't give you an exact window yet, but please stay tuned for future announcements.
We had to ask.
There's 100% of the shots you don't take, right? But Okamura-san, thank you so much for joining us. Players are super excited to play the game. Any final thoughts for people who are excited, players, fans of the series?
オリジナル作は
Whether you're a fan of the original or Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater will be your first experience with the Metal Gear series, we think the game's going to offer plenty to enjoy for everyone. We'll have more to share on Delta in the future, so we hope you'll look forward to hearing more about it then.
Awesome. Well, that about wraps it up for today's Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater episode of the official Xbox podcast. But we've got plenty more for you this week. Here's the schedule we're looking at.
All right. Well, let me. I'm just kind of. All right. There we go. So, all right. That was I won't lie. That was a little bit underwhelming. Only because I thought that. I don't know. I thought that this was going to be like some kind of gameplay deep dive or something, but it was just an interview, which is still good. Like I think we're still getting very good information here, and it was nice to hear them talking about the voice acting, how it's not going to be nearly as compressed. It's going to sound much better now, even though it's the original voice acting from the original game. It's going to sound much better, and I'm glad. I think that that's the smartest way to do it. I also think it's interesting that they said they did bring in some of the original actors to re-record certain lines that had to do with controls specifically because they were like outdated. That's fascinating to me. It was a good interview. I appreciate them talking about why they called it Metal Gear Solid Delta. Obviously, they talked about like we just talked about the different cameras and the legacy camera. What's interesting is it does sound like, I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but it does sound like when you choose the legacy camera, it will apply the filter. Like what do they call it? The piss filter, I guess. But that yellowish, greenish filter, color filter that was there with the original game. That's what he made it sound like. Which I think, again, if they're doing it that way, that's very, very smart. I think that's actually very smart because I think that's going to make everybody happy. There's something else that I picked up on, though, with this interview that I want to talk to you guys about because I'm unsure myself. He says that we chose to start with Metal Gear Solid 3 because chronologically, in the story, this is the first one. This is where everything begins. This is as far back as the story goes. And that makes complete sense. But what it makes me wonder is how they will handle future remakes. Because the only problem I see here with starting with MGS3 is that if this game sells really well and it's a success and they're like, you know what? We want to remake more. We want to remake Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, and Metal Gear Solid 4. I question how this is going to be achieved only because one of the things that they're doing with this game, rightly so, is they're not changing much of anything. They're preserving the original vision, Hideo Kojima's vision, and part of that is certain gameplay features like when you get injured, you have to, heal yourself. Like we talked about, you have to actually manually heal yourself. You have to have medical items, but there's also hunting for food, for your stamina and stuff like this. And also just the fact that talking about scope and scale, Metal Gear Solid 3 is significantly larger in scope and scale than Metal Gear Solid 1 especially, but even Metal Gear Solid 2. So I'm just wondering how they're going to handle this, knowing that if you were to play the Metal Gear Solid games in the order of release, it feels like a natural ramp up where Metal Gear Solid 1 feels extremely self-contained, pretty, I don't want to say small, but like, linear and not a whole lot of features outside of it's just stealth action. It's very simple in that way. You move to Metal Gear Solid 2, it's more of that, but bigger, with the big shell and everything, and obviously a few more gameplay features added. But MGS3, I think, really kind of ramped things up quite a bit by being like you're in a jungle and it's more open and you have even more features and more tools at your disposal and survival mechanics. And obviously, if we think about Metal Gear Solid 4, not every mechanic that made it, like you can't hunt for food in Metal Gear Solid 4, but it just makes me wonder, like, will people, because there are clearly going to be quite a few people where this is going to be their first time playing Metal Gear. I've seen people on my channel saying that when they buy Metal Gear Solid Delta, this is going to be their first time playing the game and their first entry into the series. And that's why they said that they're starting with MGS3, so that way anybody who this is their first time playing, you're going to not feel left out. You're starting at the beginning story-wise. You're not going to feel like you're totally, like, what are they talking about? You know what I mean? I guess I'm just wondering, let's say after Metal Gear Solid 3, it's a big success. What game are they going to remake? They're going to remake the original Metal Gear Solid. My question is, if you remake the original Metal Gear Solid in the same way that you're remaking Metal Gear Solid 3, where you're preserving the original vision, maybe you're adding a new over-the-shoulder camera, that's as far as it goes, touching up the animations, maybe still, I don't know, I feel like honestly you'd probably have to re-record, maybe, or they could use the Twin Snakes voice recording. Are people going to feel like it's a step back? In a way, you know what I mean? Like, or will they feel like they have to change a little bit more for MGS1? Because it's like, overall, Metal Gear Solid 1 is a smaller game. It's a more self-contained, smaller game than MGS3. And I just have this kind of fear that by starting with MGS3, they run the risk of if you want to go forward with Metal Gear Solid 1 and remake that, people might feel a little bit nervous, or not nervous, but maybe underwhelmed. But it's like, there were certain features in MGS3 that are not in this game. That feels like a step back. This game also feels less open than MGS3. That kind of feels like a step back. And overall, the game just feels a little bit smaller. And that's because, that was a 1998 PS1 game, to whereas this is a 2004 PS2 game. So I'm just wondering what Konami is thinking about this, because I get the feeling you're saying just price it appropriately. That's a good idea. I didn't think about that. They could alter the price. Yeah, it could be a little bit cheaper, but that runs the risk of maybe downplaying Metal Gear Solid 1. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if you talk to Metal Gear fans, they'll be like, yeah, all these games are legendary. But I think it's the natural progression of generation after generation. There's more being added to the games overall. So just something I'm thinking about, just something I'm thinking about. Maybe I'm overthinking it, saying if they just remake it, keep it as is, it'll be perfectly fine. Chris Brown, I'm sorry, Mr. Super Chat, I'm a little bit late to it. You're saying just came back from Vegas and Konami has roulette tables, horse bets, slots. They were full with people being, no wonder they don't make games, LOL. Yeah, we should be thankful, Chris. I didn't know that. Is that true? I guess it is. You're saying that they have roulette tables, horse bets, slot machines. I mean, I knew about the pachinko machines. If this is true, then we should just be thankful that Konami's even willing to get back into the AAA gaming space. That's crazy. Zanarkhan Blitzer, Magneto, Master of Magnetism, says MBG Konami brought back the voice actors for the controls for Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, and MGS Peace Walker HD Remastered for PS3 and Xbox 360. Did they do the same for Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1? Haven't bought Volume 1. That I actually don't know. That's a great question, because they did just confirm in this interview that they brought back some of the original voice actors for the for the voiceovers for updated controls, but that's it. Everything else is original. So I don't know. I'm thinking probably not. I'm thinking for the Master Collection, they probably didn't do that for each game, but I don't know. I think that maybe that's just something they decided to do just for the remake. Like that was maybe worth doing it for. I understood what you were saying, Chris. But yeah, as an Arcan, I'm curious. So would it be like Laurie Allen, I guess, who voices the boss? Maybe Major Zero. Leia's got catnip all over now. So here's what we're gonna do. Continuing with Metal Gear Solid Delta, we're gonna watch some comparison videos. Not for too long, but this is something I wanted to do with you guys, is to look at, because I think Metal Gear Solid Delta looks absolutely incredible. I've seen some people a little bit unhappy with some of the choices, but I think it looks absolutely incredible personally. And so I thought it would be cool to look at the comparisons. Let me bring it up here. I think I'm going to mute it, though, because the music that they play, I actually find very annoying. This is El Analista de Bits, I believe. So let's look at this here. Yeah, see, that's crazy. Look at that. I think that looks incredible, dude. My God, like this is reminding me of like Demon Souls Blue Points remake. Like, look at that. You're saying something feels off? I've seen some people saying this where they're like, it feels a little bit uncanny valley. And I get where you're coming from, right? Like looking at this, I get where you're coming from. I think maybe what's off about it, you think maybe the lighting? I don't think it's the lighting. I think it just might be the overall art direction, the overall art style. Some people are saying like it looks a little bit yeah, that's exactly how I would describe, like a very slight cartoonish charm to it, where it is like, to me it looks like a blend of photorealism with a slight cartoonish, like a splash of cartoonish stylization. And I can understand why some people don't like that. Laurent, you're heading out. Appreciate you being here, man. Maybe slightly stylized. But I mean, I look at this right here, dude, and I'm like, it's amazing. Like, it's amazing to me. Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of my all-time favorite games. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3 for me is easily top 3. You know, it might be number 1, honestly. It might be number 1 for me. Metal Gear Solid 3 was like life-changing when I played it for me. And it is crazy to think it's 20 years ago that I played it. Yeah, the original, exactly. Yeah, the original still looks really good. And it's just mind-blowing for me personally to see it in this fidelity and to see it get this level of attention. Like, I really was feeling nervous about Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake because I was like, man, I'm afraid Konami's going to screw it up. And if they screw it up, I'm going to be so depressed and so disappointed. And from what I can tell, it looks like they're going to nail it. That's how I feel, personally. As a mega fan, I think it looks phenomenal. Will it have the PS5 Pro stamp? That's what I'm wondering. Oh man, it just looks so good. I hope it has the PS5 Pro stamp. MGS 3 still holds up, dude. Yeah, see this right here, what they just showed, I think that that highlights some of the better improvements that I think they're making with this remake. Am I getting the collector's edition? I couldn't, even if I wanted to. By the time I tried to go look into it, it was already sold out. I'm not going to sweat it though. You know, I don't really get collector's editions. If it pops up again, maybe I'll try if it's a possibility for me. But I'm just happy the game exists, man. I'll be honest. Like, that's what matters most to me. But what they just showed with those animations, I'll replay it really quick. This is where I think Konami's being pretty smart about it, where, you know, it's not that the animation work for Metal Gear Solid 3 Original is bad. It's just, it's outdated. You know, it was a little bit more arcade-like, and, you know, we saw the animations change throughout the years with MGS4 and MGS5. And so I think them not only changing the camera angle and perspective, but updating those animations like this, you know, him leaning up against the tree, much smoother, much more realistic looking. I think that's smart. I'm gonna have to play the game. I'm gonna have to do a stream cosplaying. So I will say, I think when I'm looking at this, the animation in the original here actually looks a little bit better. This was the only area that I saw where I think the original actually looks better. If you look at the way Snake's moving across the bridge here. The remake looks a little bit like it actually looks stiffer than the original. Is it just me that thinks that? What do you guys think? I never realized how stiff, or not stiff, how stiff. I never realized how much of an impact that green filter had, that greenish yellow filter had on the game itself. Zanarcan with another super chat. Hold on. Saying MPG watch Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta versus Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater graphics comparison by Perfect Stealth. Audio is trailer audio. No bad music. All right, let me see if I can bring this up here. Okay. We'll check this one out too. Thank you for that, Zanarcan.
Flying over Pakistan. Altitude 30,000 feet. Approaching Soviet airspace.
Listen up,
oh, yeah,
Jack.
this is pretty
Your
cool.
mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov,
damn.
and bring him back to the West.
Dude, look at this right here alone, bro. Like, the original still looks very good, but geez, man.
Your codename for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. The clock is ticking. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured
Oh, wow,
on site.
that is nuts. Look at that difference right there.
To procure on site. That goes for food as well.
Okay, that has to be the craziest difference so far. Look at this. I can't even see the goat on the right.
You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
I have to find my own weapon.
See, I didn't know you could do this in the original. Why didn't I know this?
And equipment. Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Yo, really quick, I saw somebody point out, they were like, if this is supposed to be such a top secret sneaking mission where nobody can know that the U.S. is involved, why wear a mask that just has U.S. Army printed right on it? And I was like, huh. That's a good question.
Army.
See, okay, this right here is where stuff starts to look nuts to me.
Speak.
Like, that whole section right there, to me, highlights the greatest difference in the best possible way. Like, it looks so much better in the remake, dude. Like, the original still looks great, but man, Konami is making, like, the exact improvements and changes that I had hoped to see. That right there, look at that one. That shot. Hold on. Look at the difference here, man. This to me is really, like, this has to be the most jarring difference I've seen thus far. The only thing missing on the left is the HUD. But this right here has to be the the biggest difference I've seen. Rambo Snake. Damn, dude. I am so excited. I don't think I've been this excited for a game in a while. There have been so many games remade that I was excited about and have absolutely loved, but this, I think this takes the cake for me. Like, I think this might be peak for me, bro. I don't know. Like, I worry if all remakes are going to be ruined for me after this, because this is like a dream come true. Hold on, I want to check that one out too. Look at this. That's crazy. I saw some people saying that they don't like the way the boss looks. I think she looks pretty good. You know what I think it might be? Because I'm looking at this comparison. I think it might be more with her mouth and her upper lip a little bit. Because, like, almost everything looks the same. The facial structure, the eyebrows, maybe the eyes a little bit too. But I think she looks good. The jawline gate? Wait, what is that? Do I want to know what that is? Oh, you think the sideburns? Oh, I just noticed that. She looks more rugged. She's a soldier first, a lady second. Well, the boss is pretty badass. So, I mean, them giving her more like badass look here, kind of, I think that makes sense. If you played the original, you know the character of the boss. And yeah, she does look like a lady that would whoop your ass, doesn't she? I can't wait, man. Hanzo, you're saying I still prefer the OG boss? No, I get that. Yeah, I can see that. I can absolutely see that. You can't go wrong with the OG, right? Man.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
The hype is absolutely real right now, dude. Holy crap. I cannot wait for this game. Well, there we go. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Some comparisons. It's looking good. It's looking very good. We have Ghetto God here saying the over-the-shoulder camera change ruined Metal Gear Solid for me. I hope they didn't ruin this game with it. Hopefully I can adjust. Well, you'll be happy to know, Ghetto God, that they will have a legacy. They're calling it like a legacy camera, I guess, where it will be the same as, you know, the original with the kind of overhead. So if you want to play it that way, you'll be able to. I feel the opposite. I really loved when Metal Gear embraced the more traditional over-the-shoulder third-person camera. I can understand, though, why people didn't like that, because it was a pretty big departure. And it's interesting because, like, the biggest thing I was wondering with Metal Gear Solid Delta is if they were going to do this with the change of the camera angle, right? And a more traditional third person over the shoulder. They did do that. My question is, are they going to change the enemy placement a little bit? Are they going to add more enemies? Because I always felt like it was quite challenging to navigate between the kind of hold square to shoot and kind of auto aim and figure out where people are or like assume where they are in third person versus the more precise first person aiming. I do wonder if they're going to kind of alter the enemy positions a little bit or add some enemies in. I think that would be maybe a smart move to do that, just because I do think, I could be wrong, but I do think that by adding that third person over the shoulder view, it might make it a little bit too easy. You know what I mean? If you're, say, for example, if you do end up alerting an enemy and they have the whole patrol coming after you, I mean, you know, they showed that scene where he's mowing down like a bunch of dudes with an M60. You could do that in the original too, but it was like harder to pull off. To where with this, it seems like the aiming is going to be more precise in third person, like, and he's moving while doing it. That's another thing I noticed. He's actually walking forward while shooting, and aiming down with that close over the shoulder third person view. So that is what makes me think it could make tackling enemies and taking them on a little bit easier. And so I do wonder how they're going to maybe take that into account. And Jake TRML, member for 11 months, says, MBG, there is another Metal Gear Solid Delta game overview trailer with David Hayter. You should check it out. I would, but because I did watch that yesterday. And the only reason I'm not is because all the information and details that he talks about, I already went over. And on top of that, he interviewed, I forget the name of the individual, but the director of this remake. And we just did watch an interview. It was on Xbox's YouTube channel, but we watched an interview and he pretty much goes over the same things. So I don't want it to be overly redundant, but I did watch it myself yesterday, Jake, and it's awesome. One of the cooler things that Konami is doing is they're bringing back David Hayter, you know, as like the ambassador of the series. And I think that's a very smart thing. I would say one of the few mistakes, if you can call it a mistake, because I mean, it's Kojima's game series. So I guess it's hard to call it a mistake since he's a creator, but I felt like one of the only few mistakes Kojima ever really made with Metal Gear was replacing David Hayter with Kiefer Sutherland. Like, I understood why he did it, and especially if you finish Metal Gear Solid 5 and you beat it and you figure out the plot twist, you can kind of understand it. But that, I remember that was truly difficult for me to accept, where I was like, Kojima, bro, there's no way. There's no way you replace David. And you could tell, like, David Hayter, he had to try to be professional about it, but you could tell that man was hurt. And I can't blame him, dude, because it's like, yeah, man, like, you are Snake. You know, you are the voice of Snake. And to be replaced like that with an actor, and Kiefer didn't do a bad job. I thought he did good, but it was like, nah, you know? So I'm really happy that, you know what, listen, do you know what Konami could do? This would be wild, but let's say they remake Metal Gear, they remake all the mainline Metal Gears, and then we're at Metal Gear Solid 5. They could do I mean, I guess this would be for the PlayStation 6, like a remaster or even a remake of MGS 5 if they want. But one of the things they add is there's an option where you can toggle it on, where we brought in David Hayter to do the voice lines of Snake, and you can choose to do like classic Snake, you know, voiceover. I think that would, dude, I think that would sell. I think people would be I think people would buy that. I would buy that. Kiefer Sutherland is an awesome actor, though. He is a good actor. I like Kiefer Sutherland. There could have been definitely worse choices, for who to get to play Snake. And Kiefer Sutherland has that badass tone as well. I just felt like David Hayter's just too synonymous, with Snake. I didn't think it was the right call, personally. Yeah, David Hayter mode. Some people might find that a little too disrespectful, though. Kojima's been completely silent, man. I really wonder what he's thinking about this. I can't help but wonder what Kojima is thinking about watching this revealed and the excitement from people. And like, I guess I'm wondering if he approves or not. You know what I mean? That's what I'm wondering. Like, based off of the trailer and the gameplay and the changes they made, like, is Kojima sitting there being like, oh, no, that's terrible. That's horrible. He's laughing and fizzing. He's drinking that haterade. He's past it now. Yeah. I mean, you know Kojima's probably talking to his wife about it. And I'm just like wondering, like, what is he feeling, you know? Kojima has a wife, right? Pretty sure he's married. I think Kojima is married, and I think he has children. Yes. Wait, hold on. Now I need to know. I don't know. There's no answer. I don't know. I guess maybe he might not be married. I mean, I'm not trying to pry into this man's personal life. I never thought about that. I guess I just assumed he had a wife. It says he has one child. He does have a child. It says that on his Wikipedia. So I don't know. Maybe he's married, maybe not. But oh, here we go. It's very short. Personal life. Kojima is private about his personal life. He is married with a son and has at least one brother. His father died when he was 13 years old, and his mother died in early 2017. Oh, wow. His father died when he was 13. Damn. Okay, so there you go. Now we know. You know, I will say, I never really thought about that. Kojima does a really good job keeping his personal life under wraps. Good for him. I never thought about that. And I guess that's how you know he's done a good job. Nobody's really, Kojima was a child once. Magnum Gaming, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying that Xbox Showcase is a culmination of 3 years of missing content, and everybody loses it for showing mostly stuff for their next generation Xbox console. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Magnum Gaming, and it is true that this showcase was the culmination of quite a few years of fumbling and stumbling and not really having some great shows. I think last year's show was pretty good from them, but there was still like a kind of, listen, I've been trying to have this conversation with people for a while, and it just seems like there are some people on the internet where they don't want to have this conversation, and I understand why they don't want to have it. And I just realized I didn't actually center my, there we go. I understand why they don't want to have it. It's because it's not going to fit their narrative, I guess. But if we look at the past 6 months, from January 2024 to June 2024, right? Sony put out The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Helldivers 2, in partnership with Square Enix, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, and Stellar Blade. That's 5 games in the course of 6 months. Microsoft put out Palworld in partnership with, I forget the name of the studio that made it, in January, and Hellblade 2. And Hellblade 2, let's be honest here. Hellblade 2 is a failure. I say that as somebody who actually I like the ending of that story, but it's a failure. That's a game that people waited like over half a decade for. It was a failure. So, I'm not. The reason why I'm bringing this up and I'm having this conversation in response to your super chat is because that's a fact. Like the games I just laid out, Sony put out 5 games for PS5 owners. Microsoft put out 2, one of which is a failure. And another reason I'm saying Hellblade 2 is a failure is not to hate on it, but nobody's playing it. Xbox players, hardly any of them are touching it. And it's not doing well. It's doing hard. It didn't even chart on Steam, dude. It's like, it's gone. Like nobody bought it. So I'm not saying it is a failure. It's like it's a terrible game. I'm just saying like it didn't do what I think a lot of people thought it was supposed to do. Not even close. And I did enjoy, I mean, there were parts of it I didn't enjoy so much, but generally I appreciated what Ninja Theory was trying to do. But this is where I just try to tell people, yeah, it's literally a commercial failure. That's the best way to put it. And obviously Power World was a huge success, but Microsoft didn't have anything to do with the making of that game, just like Sony didn't have anything to do with making Final Fantasy. But I'm just saying it's like, it is weird to me how this works on the internet, right? Where it's like, that's what Sony put out in the last 6 months for PS5 players. And that's what Microsoft put out for Xbox players or Microsoft players for the last 6 months. Sony had the more lackluster showcase last year. Xbox had the better showcase last year, but that's the result for the first 6 months of 2024. And it's not, I don't say that to take away from Xbox's show, as I said earlier. But I think it's important that people try to keep perspective here, where it's like, when it comes to what this is all actually about, at the end of the day, what is this about? Why do we watch showcases? Why do we watch state of plays? Why do we talk about any of this? It's because at the end of the day, it's what are we sitting down and playing over the next 3, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. That's what it's all about. And the reality is, for the last 6 months, Sony showed up. I'm not saying that every game has to be for you. If you didn't care about The Last of Us Remastered, I totally get it. Maybe you care about Helldivers 2. If you didn't care about Helldivers 2, maybe you care about Final Fantasy. If not that, maybe Rise of the Ronin or Stellar Blade. But if none of those games are for you, you at the very least, you got to acknowledge there's something there for like every month. And I mean, July or August, Concord, obviously, I don't know that that's going to be for many people, but then September, Astrobot. And then we have the holiday season, maybe with Until Dawn. So the difference here is that Sony has delivered content consistently. They've delivered games to their players consistently. And Microsoft has delivered games just much more inconsistently. And I think the thing that people are really taking away from Microsoft Showcase, and this could be this could be a key takeaway, is that maybe because this showcase was so good, and it was, as you say, the culmination of 3 years of potentially missing content, or more than that in some cases, that maybe from this point forward, this is where Microsoft is able to basically do what Sony's been doing, where every month or every 2 months, or even every 3 months, we have a new game. Might not be for you, might not be the biggest game in the world, but we have a game. And then in between that, we have our bigger game releases. That's what I'm trying to talk about, because I think that people are too quick to overlook that. When we're having a more broad, overhead view discussion where we're evaluating everything, not just fixating on one aspect, but just having a broader view and a broader discussion. I think that we need to keep these things in mind that, you know, it's like when people say like Xbox has had no games. Like that's an exaggeration. Like Xbox has had games this generation. What you mean to say is their games have been too inconsistently released, and the quality of those games have also been too inconsistent. And there have been too many periods of time, like multiple long stretches of time where there just was no content and there was no games. That's the truth. That is a truth. You cannot say that. You can say some of Sony's games and their partner games have maybe had questionable quality at certain points, but you can't look at Sony and say that you've went extended periods of time throughout this generation with no games or content. That just hasn't happened. That hasn't happened. Like, I would argue the closest Sony got to that was in 2023, maybe in between their showcase and the release of Spider-Man 2. That's probably the longest stretch of time they've went. You know? So it's like, it's why I said earlier that I'll give Sony the benefit of the doubt. They set up this generation and they've been consistent this generation. And, you know, they've been a little bit lackluster with the showcases so far this generation. But I can't deny that when it comes to the more important thing, releasing new games to play, they've had that covered, man. So if this is the point in time where it's like we got to reload and, you know, regroup and we're going to run it again, okay, I'm willing to give them a little bit of time, you know, a couple of months or so, or, you know, it's been a year since their last showcase, over a year since their last showcase. Take your time, don't rush it, get stuff ready. But yeah, I'm expecting that to continue, generally speaking. Do I find it strange that PlayStation has no big holiday release? I think Astro Bot and Until Dawn combined in Sony's mind, that is, those two games put together, that's going to be their big holiday release. Because Astro Bot, I think, is a pretty big game. Like, I don't think Astro Bot's going to do the same numbers or make the same amount of money or make the same type of splash that Horizon or God of War will. It could. I'm telling you, don't underestimate Astro. Astro could be a sleeper hit that no one sees coming, that when the game drops and the reviews come out, people are like, bro, this is the next Mario. That could be a thing that happens, and that would be huge. That would be huge for Sony, and I hope that happens. But Sony is still being conservative about it, where Sony's not going to come out and say, this is going to be as big as Mario. If Sony said that, they would probably get laughed at, because it's like, come on. You're talking a big game here, Sony. Sony's going to do what they usually do, and they're going to let Astro talk for itself. They're going to let the game talk for itself. And people are very excited. And Team Asobi looks like they cooked. That's what I'll say. It looks like Team Asobi cooked. But I think Sony views Until Dawn as a kind of big deal as well. They listed Until Dawn as one of their major franchises. Alongside Uncharted, alongside The Last of Us, alongside Ghost of Tsushima, alongside Horizon. And that was interesting to me because it shows clearly that this is something they're trying to turn into something bigger. And they're starting with this remake. They greenlit a movie for Until Dawn. So that tells you that they clearly see that there's something more to be extracted from this IP, something more they want to do. It's also worth noting there's an Oscar award-winning actor in Until Dawn, from what I have been told. I forget his name. He was the actor who played Freddie Mercury in the biopic. And he was in this game, but I think it was before he made his big break. And certainly before he won an Oscar. So I think in Sony's mind, they're like, yo, we have a game with an Oscar-winning actor in it. We should do something here. And other actors as well. So Until Dawn is set to release in 2024. They said fall 2024. So that tells me October or November. So September, you're getting Astrobot, and October, November, you're going to get Until Dawn. And I think Sony is viewing these two games as hopefully combined, it'll be the equivalent of one big game. And it's smart. I think Rami Malek, I guess that's how you would say his name. Yeah, I've seen his name many times. He really kind of, his career kind of took off, huh? So, from what I can tell, Sony has done their job this year. Their job is to provide a consistent amount of high-quality games, console-exclusive games, to their console buyers. And I think that by the time we get to the end of this year, we're gonna stack up all these games, and we'll be able to objectively confirm that Sony did their job. But we will also be able to confirm that there is something missing. What's missing is that big tentpole haymaker title that we've come to expect from Sony throughout the years. And what should make that okay is if Sony does have a show in September and they show some of those big haymaker titles and they say, look, these games weren't ready to release this year, but some of them are for next year and years and 2026 and going beyond. So look forward to that. I think that could make for a pretty solid year overall. And we have Big MP coming out of nowhere. Big MP dropping a 10 bomb. Uh-oh. He must have heard the conversation that was going on earlier about me possibly taking my hat off. His senses were clearly tingling. And he comes in and he drops 10 more membership gifts for you guys, and he brings us up to 41 members on the day. So, guys, we are less than 10 members away from hitting a second goal and crushing a second goal. Big MP, thank you so much for that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Boss, bro. Let's go. Machiavelli 24 says W got gifted a membership. Good stuff, man. Yeah, I'm going to be doing more members content. I've just been taking a little bit of a break with the members lounges. We're still going to do the members lounges. I just basically needed a little bit of a breather because I essentially had like a week and a half straight where like every single stream we were doing a members lounge, and I didn't want to burn myself out because I was getting to that point. And Steven Leon comes in and drops a second 10 bomb saying hat off. Hat off. Man, you guys are relentless today. But Steven, bro, thank you so much for that. You just got us over the line, over 50 memberships, getting us up to 51.
Holy shit.
You guys really showed up today. You did. You showed up big. I can't thank you enough for all the support you continue to show the channel and this community. I'm going to update this membership goal. Maybe do a couple reps by the end of the stream as well. We haven't done that in quite some time. Let me see here. So, good stuff. You guys crushed 2 goals today. Yeah, and keep in mind, as I said, we're going for a distance goal here. By the end of the week, if we hit 300 members by the end of the week, in total, we'll do a special members only Elden Ring stream. And you guys are you guys are doing great. Keep it going. Keep that membership train going all throughout the week. Does your cat have the same code name of the boss? I mean, yes. Yes, he does. All right. Let me see where we're at here. So thank you guys so much for the membership gifts. I want to ask you, we have a couple of bonus topics we're going to go over here before we wrap up today's stream, but today's podcast episode. I got to get used to saying that again. All right, so before we dive into these bonus topics, do me a favor, hit that like button. You guys are doing great today. We're just at about 300 likes. We're at 297. Let's see if we can bump that up to 310, maybe 315 likes. William G says, thanks for the gifts. I missed it. So here's a bonus topic I want to go over with you. I have a report here from PlayStation Lifestyle, and it says Xbox needs to embrace PlayStation and Nintendo for sustainability, says former executive. Former Microsoft executive Mike Ybarra has said that the sheer size of Microsoft gaming now warrants having some Xbox games on PlayStation and Nintendo platforms. Ybarra's comments follow confirmation by Xbox boss Phil Spencer that more of the company's first-party games will go multi-platform in the future. Ybarra, who spent 2 decades at Microsoft, acknowledged concerns about the future of Xbox hardware by fans once more first-party games go multi-platform. However, he's of the view that Microsoft gaming is beyond the point of hardware sales and needs to focus on its ambition to be the world's largest publisher. You have to put emotion aside and focus on the teams, players, and business and make hard decisions, Ybarra said. Given the size of Microsoft gaming now, it's just not sustainable to not be embracing all platforms. They are taking their players in this journey. I guess I meant to say on this journey, and that is not easy, but this is the right plan for their teams and players. So I thought that this was interesting. Mike Ybarra no longer works for Microsoft, and he was formerly of Blizzard before it seemed like he got laid off. So it's actually, at least it seems like he got laid off. It's very interesting to hear his take on this, and I'm curious what you guys think. Do you agree with what Mike Ybarra is saying? Do you think that do you think that he's right? Do you think that this is well beyond, because of how big Microsoft is, like they absolutely have to go multi-platform now, at least to a certain extent? Do you agree with that, or do you think that they could leverage all of their studios and all of the games that they now own and the IP that they own and the teams that they own to basically, create the strongest closed ecosystem? A lot of you guys are saying yes. Well, what's interesting about this is that aspect right there, is that Microsoft could, if they wanted to, it would just take some time and it would not make everybody happy, of course, but it's interesting to think that Microsoft could create the strongest closed ecosystem, the most desirable closed ecosystem, where look at all the games we have, look at all the IP we have. But I do think if they were to do that, it would run the risk of ensuring you'll never be able to buy anybody again. And that's why I think they're not doing it, because I think that it's just, if you think about the two options you have, go all in on the closed ecosystem and strong arm people, you'll probably have the biggest player base. Yes. However, you are running the risk of, we just spent a lot of money. Is this going to make us enough money? What if you can't get the player base that big? And also, what if we want to buy somebody in the future? So yeah, I think between the two options, Mike Ybarra is probably right. I think they're just too big. I think what's scary about it is I think they clearly want to get bigger. That to me is what's scary about it. We have Nicodemus here saying, MBG, they got me. I went and I got a Series X yesterday. Damn. We lost the man. He gave in. He caved. No, I'm just kidding, man. I don't blame you. I mean, look, listen. At the end of the day, the purpose of these showcases is exactly that. I didn't run out and buy a Series X, but I did see some people saying that they were thinking about it. And in this case, Nick, you're saying you did. And at the end of the day, these showcases, the point of them is to convince people to invest. And if not to invest, to consider thinking about investing in the ecosystem. And I think you know, when you look at the showcase that Microsoft put on, knowing, that it was basically the strongest showcase they may have ever put on, yeah, I would absolutely expect that would convince some people, some lapsed fans, to be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm okay. You got me. I'm back. For me, I'm still waiting and seeing, oh, you know what? Check this out. This is actually another bonus topic, but I forgot to list it here. State of Decay 3. I've been talking to you guys a lot about State of Decay 3. I was telling you prior to the Xbox showcase that was the number one game I wanted to see, announced at this Xbox showcase. Wushu Studios. They officially announced today, we're thrilled to announce that we are working with our friends Undead Labs on State of Decay 3. It's been incredible supporting them throughout the development of this beloved franchise, and we can't wait to see where the epic adventure will take us next. Now, the reason why people are kind of, I don't want to say freaking out about this, oh, that's where Shinobi 602 works? Oh, wow, we've come full circle. Full circle, if I could speak. We have come full circle on the stream, because we started the stream talking about what he was saying about PlayStation. But what people are really focused on, and why this seems like a potentially significant announcement, is that this is the same studio that ported Sea of Thieves to PlayStation 5. And so if you look at the replies to Wushu Studios, pretty much, not everybody, but a lot of people are saying, like, so does this mean that you're working on a port, that you're working on a PlayStation port? And here's the thing about State of Decay 3. State of Decay 3 is clearly still quite a ways out. State of Decay 3 isn't going to launch until, I would say, the earliest 2026, because there was no 2025 window attached to it. It's definitely not coming in 2024. So 2026 seems to be the earliest date or year in which we can expect this game to launch, but maybe even 2027. There was a rumor, I think, earlier this year that said that internally State of Decay may be slated for 2027. And that, to me, is something that, is interesting to think about when we see that Wushu Studios is claiming this. Hold on. Little MBG out there is not a happy camper. He's throwing a tantrum. He's at that age, a lot of screaming, and it happens. So I guess I just don't know how much of it's coming through the mic. I apologize if it's coming through loudly. It probably isn't. I can hear it clear as day, and I always feel like you guys can hear it the same way. But you probably pick up on it a little bit. He has, oh my God, he has some pipes, dude. That boy can scream. Let me tell you. Next, Corey Taylor. But yeah, a lot of people are thinking that this announcement from Wushu Studios that they're working with Undead Labs on State of Decay 3, combined with the knowledge that this is the same studio that ported Sea of Thieves to PS5, combined with the fact that State of Decay 3 has yet to have a release year attached to it. Dude, look, I don't want to get my hopes up, and I don't care if people call me a port beggar. Maybe I will beg for State of Decay 3, because I think that would be amazing, honestly. I think that would be absolutely amazing if State of Decay 3 releases day one on PS5, or at least they're working on a PlayStation 5 port. I will play it on Xbox or PC if I have to, if it doesn't come to PS5, but that would be great, just because I would like to buy a physical copy. I would like to get some trophies. That would be fantastic. You're saying it means nothing? I don't think it means nothing. I think people are jumping the gun. Like, to me, this is not confirmation that it's coming to PS5. I'm not taking it that way. But it is something where it's like, okay, I'm going to keep this in mind, and we'll see where it goes. I'll wait for the official announcement. But I really want to see some more gameplay of State of Decay 3. I like that trailer that they released. They showed a little bit of gameplay in it, or at least they kind of zoomed in and showed the chick shooting the zombie with the shotgun. And I'm like, oh, that looks good. I'm liking it. So, yeah, I'm going to port beg for State of Decay 3. I can't lie. You're saying the gameplay did not look great. I will say the only thing that, the more I think about that trailer, because I watched a little bit, I watched it again, I rewatched it, and I will say that they really didn't give you any sense of what they're doing differently this time. I feel like the graphics looked good, and that is like kind of obviously conveyed. It's like, whoa, okay, these graphics look better. Assuming that's what the game will actually look like, these graphics look pretty good. Certainly a huge step up from State of Decay 2's graphics. But a lot of what they were showing is stuff that we've already seen in State of Decay 1 and 2. And I will say maybe what they were trying to convey in that trailer is it had a really heavy tone. It was taking itself very seriously. It's making me think that maybe one of the biggest differences we're going to see aside from the graphics, because I think the gameplay loop they have is perfect. Not perfect, but very close to it. I don't think they have to change much about the gameplay loop. I think maybe this time around they're trying to convey like we're going to have much more of an emphasis on this, on the story side, on characterization and the backstories of these characters, and it's going to be like maybe a little bit more dramatic, like maybe leaning a little bit more in the direction of like Walking Dead and stuff like that. That would be pretty cool. But I want to know like how much bigger the world's going to be. You know, I want to know like, are there going to be huge zombie hordes? These are the types of things that I want to learn about with State of Decay 3. And right now, you know, we have just this new trailer to go off of. So wanted to throw that in there as a bonus topic as well. Obviously, I'll keep an eye on State of Decay 3 and what goes on there. But continuing to talk about some of Microsoft's owned properties, we have a couple of bonus topics here regarding Call of Duty that I think you guys are going to want to know about because, well, I mean, you know, it's going to be huge on PlayStation. I'm already seeing, I'm getting bombarded. I went on my PS5 today and I'm already being bombarded with you know, ads for Black Ops 6. I'm probably going to end up getting it. Yeah. I mean, my hype level right now is not necessarily that high. And I don't know why that is. Like, I'm not feeling super hyped for Black Ops 6, but it just, I guess it feels almost like just part of the routine at this point. You know what I mean? Where, yeah, I've reached that point where Call of Duty is just Call of Duty to me, and I don't forsake it. I don't. Like, I'm not like, I hate Call of Duty. I'm never touching that garbage again. I won't lie. What they've been doing with Modern Warfare, turning me off quite a bit. Yeah, like Modern Warfare 2 and 3, seeing some of the collaborations they've had, it's like, this is cringe. And yeah. But some of the stuff they're doing with Black Ops 6 seems pretty good, but I have a couple of reports here for Black Ops 6. This is coming from Eurogamer. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 will require a continuous internet connection even when you're playing its campaign mode. In a blog post published by Activision today, the publisher advises that the Cold War set shooter uses texture streaming across all modes. This means you'll need a continuous internet connection to play any game mode, including campaign, Activision wrote. Why does Call of Duty require the internet to stream textures? Activision's answer is twofold, in that it allows the highest quality visuals while also reducing the game's overall storage space on your hard drive. Oh my God, getting like an eyelash in my eye. It seems Call of Duty's typically meaty hard drive footprint are at least partially to blame, and indeed, Xbox's store page for the game reveals Call of Duty Black Ops 6's install size is an eye-watering 310 gigabytes, all of which begs a few questions. How much of this 310 gigabytes is required versus it being a footprint and not just Black Ops 6? But other Call of Duty HQ components, such as Warzone, how big would it have been without the always online texture streaming? And also, is keeping your console always online, even just to play campaign, really a better alternative? Other details mentioned by Activision include that the game's campaign can at least be played without an online subscription, such as Game Pass Core, formerly known as Xbox Live, and Xbox Live Gold and PlayStation Plus. So, it says here split screen gameplay will also be supported, but not on all consoles. Instead, Xbox Series X, S, and PlayStation 5 will allow you to have split screen with a second player, but Xbox One and PS4 will not, to ensure performance integrity. There's something else here. Apparently, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is not going to be 310 gigabytes after all. I saw a lot of people talking about this, and I won't lie. That makes me not want to download the game because that's absolutely ridiculous. Call of Duty Updates posts a correction on Twitter. Correction, the estimated file size currently displayed on the Black Ops 6 pre-order page does not represent the download size or disk footprint of Call of Duty Black Ops 6. They continue by saying the sizes are, as shown, include the full installation of Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Warzone, and all relevant content packs, including all localized languages combined, which is not representative of typical player install experience. Players will be able to download Black Ops 6 at launch without downloading any other Call of Duty title or all of the language packs. The actual estimation of Black Ops 6's file size will be available closer to launch. So it's actually very good to get confirmation of that, because that sounded ridiculous, dude. 310 gigabytes for a single game sounded absolutely ridiculous. And I thought, listen, Black Ops 6 is looking pretty good, but it's not looking that good. Okay, like it's not looking 310 gigabytes good. There's no way. It's going to be 250. Yeah, it's going to be 250. I would hope not. Listen, the most I would expect for a game like Black Ops 6, if you're just installing Black Ops 6 alone and nothing else, not Warzone, maybe 100 gigabytes, maybe like 125. But 310, come on, bro. It's going to be 290. That's insane. Yeah, Activision should definitely clarify this soon. They should tell us exactly how much it's going to be to install it, how much space it's going to need, because I've legitimately seen people like basically being turned off of this game because they're thinking, wait, I'm going to have to clear 310 gigabytes of storage space? Are you kidding me? The dude, you're saying, why does it matter? None of you play COD. I don't think that's true. I'm certain there are people here who play Call of Duty. I play Call of Duty. I mean, I haven't played it a lot. I haven't played it in a little while. But yeah, I mean, I Black Ops 6, I'm feeling a lot better about Black Ops 6 than I was Modern Warfare 2 or 3. Especially 3, my God. William Aguilar, PlayStation Showcase in September will be as good as 2015, 16, and 17. William's still holding out hope, man. He's got that hopium. Yeah, we talked about that earlier in the stream, William. I don't know if you're just arriving, but I would recommend when this podcast episode ends and the timestamps are up, you could go see where we talk. I talk about the showcase, I think, a couple times throughout this episode. You say you don't play COD, LOL, you try it once in a while. No, see, this is where I gotta correct you, dude. All right. I'm a long time Call of Duty player, bro. I have thousands and thousands of hours in Call of Duty. Granted, I have fallen off in more recent years, and I haven't put anywhere near as much time, but believe me, dude, believe it or not, I've been playing Call of Duty since the first Call of Duty. Yeah, no joke. Back on the PS2, I remember picking up Call of Duty 1, and I'm like, okay. I didn't enjoy it that much. And I kind of got annoyed. I remember there was this one segment. I think there was one part with a tank where you play in a tank, and I'm like, I'm getting annoyed now. But I played Call of Duty 2. I think the only Call of Duty game I didn't play, like, talking about the original ones, was Call of Duty 3. I think I may have missed that one. But I remember when I saw Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, I'm like, oh my God, this looks amazing. And it was. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was fucking astounding. Astonishingly good. Unbelievably amazing. I mean, total revolutionary game that's just like mind-blowing. I can't even begin to tell you how many hours I spent playing Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. And World at War came out, and dude, people were too hard on World at War. People were like, yo, World at War sucks. What is this garbage? I'm like, bro, World at War is great. Are you kidding me? World at War is great. And the rest is history, man. I was a total, mega fan of Call of Duty from that point forward. But I think where Call of Duty really lost me, though, it wasn't even with like Call of Duty Ghosts. Like everybody hated Call of Duty Ghosts, and I agree, Call of Duty Ghosts was weaker. I still enjoyed it, dude. Like I remember playing at the launch of the Xbox One. I was playing Call of Duty Ghosts. I'm like, yeah, this campaign's a little weak, but I'm having fun with the multiplayer. I'm fine with it. It was after that. Believe it or not, it was what was 2014's Call of Duty? Wasn't that Advanced Warfare? Right? Dude, they totally Call of Duty completely lost me when they were like, we got to chase the trend of futuristic jetpack wall running. And I'm like, I'm out, bro. Like, I still tried to play some of these games, but I'm like, I can't do this. What brought me back to Call of Duty, though, like really got me back in, like heavily, was when Infinite Warfare came out. And people were so underwhelmed by that game and so disappointed that they were like, don't worry, we're remastering Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. And I was like, you fucking got me. And let me tell you how many hours I put into Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare Remastered. Honestly, it makes me a little bit sad that we didn't get any more proper remasters for games like the original Call of Duty Black Ops. Because Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare Remastered was so good. I'm like, oh, dude, you guys need to do more of this. And they never did. I mean, instead, they kind of rebooted it. But we have New Soul 9 with a back-to-back super chat here. Thank you, New Soul. You're saying, MBG, the next innovation for next gen is talking to NPCs to activate a mission or continuing progression. You should see NVIDIA's latest tech demo by using your own voice. No longer just have the option I can select for the conversation. I did see a little bit about this, actually, New Soul 9. And this is going to be a very interesting innovation when it comes to open world games where you're talking to people. This idea that you can actually have a real conversation, or at least close to a real conversation with an NPC, and they react in kind of like real time and based off of what you're saying. That is kind of mind blowing to think about, and a little bit freaky in a way. Like I guess the concept of it freaks me out a bit because I don't know. Like that truly feels like some futuristic next level. Like, oh wow. Like, I feel like I'm having a real conversation with a real person right now. I'm not just choosing dialogue options. And yeah, stuff like that. I think when we talk about next gen, you think about, we talked earlier about the PlayStation 6 with Mark Cerny. Yeah, dude. I could see that being like something where it's like, yo, you guys want to see something mind blowing? Get Mark Cerny on stage. Well, I mean, I say on stage like it would be a live event, but bring Mark Cerny out. He's talking into the DualSense 2 for the PlayStation 6 in Naughty Dog's new open world game or something like that. And they're just having like a real conversation with an NPC. That'd be wild. That'd be absolutely wild. I'm looking forward to seeing what the feature set. I think the feature set for the next generation consoles could be significantly more exciting than what we saw with the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. I think this because it does seem like we are leaning more towards the technological side of things rather than the like just more traditional hardware side of it. It's like how much beefier can the GPU really get? How much better can the graphics really get? How much more ray tracing can we really get? How many frames can we get from this? I think we're going to see that. That's a given. But I think that the next generation does sound more enticing, just broadly speaking, because it's like, oh, yeah, we're going to get much better graphics and better ray tracing and higher frame rates. But we're also going to get some crazy stuff going on in games where it's like, dude, you can talk to AI NPCs now. Like, have actual conversations with them. And stuff like that. Yeah, that is like game-changing type of technology. So New Soul 9, yeah, I'm going to be paying close attention, obviously, to any of the rumors we get from this point going forward about the potential next generation console feature set, because we're already starting to hear some early rumblings that this is some of the stuff we're gonna start seeing. Luke, you're saying I think nothing beats Red Dead Redemption 2's AI and open world. The NPCs feel like real people in that game. Yeah, I agree. This is why, dude. This is why I can't wait to see GTA 6 and what Rockstar maybe has achieved. Because, yeah, I played Red Dead Redemption 2, and that game, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I had enough appreciation for Red Dead Redemption 2 when I played it. I completed the game, and I put like 100 hours into it. But sometimes I come across videos that show Red Dead Redemption 2, and, like, I just don't think I had a true... I don't want to say I didn't have a true appreciation for it. I just don't think I could appreciate it enough. Like, I just don't think I realized back in 2018 when I was witnessing this, like, what is going on here? You know? Like, it's interesting to me. And I think now that I have a greater appreciation, it's making me more excited for something like GTA 6, because I know that what we see, I'm going to have a full appreciation for this time around. And I can't wait, man. I can't wait to see what GTA 6 ends up doing. I don't think it's going to disappoint. I mean, the second half of this generation has the potential to be absolutely nuts. I think some people are not thinking about that, and I get why. Like, let's not spend all our time dwelling in the future. But if we think about 2025, 2026, and 2027, like the next 3.5 years, I mean, you look at the Xbox showcase, they just laid out a lot of stuff that's coming for the rest of this generation for Xbox. That's just Xbox, dude. We don't know what Sony's doing. We have an idea, and they're going to lay that out at some point. But then you think of all the third parties, and then you think of something like GTA 6 on top of all that, and it's like, the second half of this generation, I'm not just talking about PlayStation. I'm just talking generally in gaming. The second half of this generation could be a wild ride. It really could be. And I'm here for it, man. I'm excited. I mean, I know that this has been a pretty down year for the games industry as a whole. A lot of layoffs and stuff, and the industry correcting itself. Some studios shutting down. Business stuff. But I just think more generally speaking, it seems like the future's looking pretty bright, I think, for gaming in general. On a broader scale here. All right, let's see. So here's what we'll do. I just realized we are getting very close to approaching the 4-hour mark for this episode. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna open up this section of the stream and basically just make it like a last call type thing, where if anybody wants to drop any more fan funding, whether that be memberships or super chats, you could do so now, because I'm gonna let this go to the 4-hour mark. Oh my God. Oh man, do you guys hear that? Next, Corey Taylor in the other room there. Holy shit. We're going to go up to the 4-hour mark, and yeah. Yeah, he's very upset out there. He's very upset. For the next 8 minutes, you're just going to enjoy Boss. I should probably do a couple reps for you guys, though, actually. I just realized that it's been a while since we've done some reps, and we did crush 50 members. So that's usually when we do some reps. Yeah, Luke is on it. Luke's like, bro, come on. All right, let me see. Get some. Not going to go too crazy because I am absolutely starving right now. I need some protein stat. I need some protein right now. What chair do you have? I actually forget the name of this chair. It's nothing crazy. Holy shit, I am very hungry. I'm having like hunger pains. So there you go. Getting some reps in for you guys. I got to get back on the bandwagon here. The lift wagon, whatever you want to call it. I've been slacking for the past couple weeks. But yeah, I'm looking to get back at it. Get on a better schedule with lifting and exercising. Instead of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, we're watching MBG Weight Eater. Damn. I'm over here like doing reps and Boss is just like knocked out, sleeping. All right, let's see. So we have about 2.5 minutes left. I'm just going to let it run to the 4-hour mark and interact with the chat for just a couple more minutes, and then we'll end it. I will start my outro now, though, by thanking everybody for all of your support. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Press X Podcast. It was a good time. I think we covered a lot of good topics today, and I just want to also make sure to extend a massive, absolutely massive thank you to everybody who dropped some direct support today. We had a huge day for super chats, obviously, with Isaac Adrian just coming in and dropping a literal $300 super chat. So I have to give a big shout out to Isaac for that. Really, really means a lot, buddy. And everybody else who dropped super chats, thank you guys so much for that. We are also sitting at 51 members, so we had 51 membership gifts dropped today as well. You guys are amazing. Like I said, we're going to be doing some more members content, and at the end of the week, if we hit that 300 mark, we'll be doing a special members stream where I play Elden Ring and probably get absolutely decimated. So thank you guys for everything. I also want to make sure to give a very big shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. He does a fantastic job, and I know a lot of people who watch the streams rely on Devil Shooter's timestamps. So if you see him in the comments with the timestamps, make sure you show him some thanks, show him some love. I know it means a lot for him, or it means a lot to him. And yeah, I think that about does it. Boss also thanks you guys as well, obviously, for being able to provide some snacks. Your cat gave birth to 4 kittens yesterday. Oh, cool. Any tips on how to take care of them? Honestly, I don't remember. It's been a long time since Boss was a kitten, so I do not know. I would recommend Googling that. Boss was crazy as a kitten. He didn't follow instructions. We tried to like keep him upstairs, and he was supposed to kind of stay up there, and we put up like a gate because he just like the steps were too dangerous. He didn't care. He came down anyway. He jumped over the gate. I'm like, Jesus, how are you even doing this? Gave me anxiety. But all right, guys, we just hit the 4-hour mark. That does it for this episode of Press X Podcast, or PXP for short. So the only thing I'm going to ask you guys to do as you're heading out is just hit that like button for me to show any support you can. If that's the only support you can show is by hitting the like button, it means a lot. And that does it. So enjoy the rest of your day, guys. I will catch you in the next stream. So until then, take care, everyone.